I need to get one of these.
Yeah. Okay, well, there's the microphone. Oh. Son of a bitch. See what happens? Old man tries to do shit. Cancel. Get the fuck back. Start. Ah. I'm just retarded. Great. Alright. Anyways. Little mishap in the directions. Let's turn that fucking down.
Are we live?
We are live. We are officially live.
Flawless.
Flawless. It's perfect. Perfect timing. 14 minutes early. This is Mr. Lips Talk Shit. This is the podcast. This is Kenny. Known you from Half Past the Revolution, and I think last time I've seen you was 2018.
Yeah. Oh my god.
5 years ago.
Oh my god. 5 years.
It's been 5 years.
That's insane.
Yeah. And you're now doing In the Gray, and you have Kill the Cause.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, so this is Kenny. I'm Jacob. Or Mr. Lips, whatever the fuck you want to call me. I don't even know where I am. You want to open a drink? Let's open a drink. 100%. Which one do you want? This one or that one?
Ooh. That's a hard choice. Jim Beam or Jim Beam?
I mean, I told you Jim Beam. As you're deciding, I'm going to read off some sponsors we do have.
All right. Hell yeah.
You wouldn't believe it, but this small little scam I have going on does have a little bit of sponsors. I think you'll enjoy it. The first one is always the masturbation kit. Masturbation kit. It has a little test on the back.
I actually use that every day.
That's good. That's good. And I sell these in the back of my car.
Hell yeah.
Because, you know, I need money. Just as well, we do have some cock sauce. Also legally, I'm not allowed to say this without saying that Twitch has nothing to do with any of these adverts, because legally Twitch is all like, you can't.
Yeah.
We have to, whatever. So, cock sauce, we got a masturbation kit. We're also part of a book club, little how to talk to your cat about gun safety.
It's useful.
Yes.
It's very useful.
I mean, you wouldn't believe it, but there is stuff written in this.
I'm gonna have to look through that.
Yeah,
Are those actually for sale?
Yeah, sure. In the back of my car. Totally all real companies. Don't crack the code. And we have bullshit pills, just in case you've ever talked to someone and was like, they full of shit. Got the pills for them.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, man. All right, cool. So
I think they're all flawless
all
products.
plugs. So, what are we drinking?
I think we're going black extra aged.
Pour us a drink there, bud.
I gotta whip this open.
This is the first time we've ever shared a drink.
Yeah,
I think this is the first time.
Because last time I saw you, I was 19.
Yeah, and yeah, that pretty much, yeah. Sounds about right. Jesus Christ, I'm fucking old.
I don't even know how old you are.
I'm 27.
You're 27? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was
not bad.
I was probably like 19 or 20 when I met you.
19?
When I met the whole guy.
Oh, yeah, huh. So, I joined Half House when I was 16.
Okay.
I was short. I think I was like 4 foot. Not 4'5".
You
5'4".
A lot taller. You got out of that truck. I'm like, yeah, I'm still short. Great.
Pour yours. Yeah, I've definitely gone through a transformation since then.
Same.
I'd like to say.
Yeah, flip it around. Jim Beam. Not sponsored, but I'm drinking it. Cheers.
Cheers, mate. You know what's crazy? I always call it Jim Beam out of habit, just because it's funny to me, but I actually forgot it was called Jim Beam because I've been calling it Jim Beam for so long.
Smart. Good.
Wait. Is this a higher percentage?
A little bit. Should
what
be.
What is this?
I hope
43?
So.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah.
Is that what you usually drink?
I mean, when I drink, yeah, that's my go-to. That or Disaronno.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, or, yeah, that's pretty much it. Whiskey and Disaronno, but...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I usually go for the old fashions when I'm out.
Dude, old fashions are the shit.
That's the way to go.
And then you go to a place and you realize they don't know how to make an old fashioned, and you want to shoot yourself.
Some places make them really shitty, and
Yeah.
then like you'll go to a fancy place and they'll make it like too strong,
Yeah.
which I'm fine with, or they add some like extra stuff. They're like, you want the house old fashioned? I'm like, I don't know. You guys put like a twist to it that I'm probably not gonna like that much.
The Six Chow House has a perfect one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I worked there actually.
Oh really?
Yeah, I worked there for a little bit.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, and actually quit the same day they were gonna fire me.
Oh, that's even brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the best.
Yeah, because I actually got hired there as a busser, when they were opening up. So, they're like, you got everything handled, and then they didn't teach anybody anything or like how the restaurant was supposed to work or anything. So it was a huge mess. They're doing good now. I like going.
I played there and they have great staff. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Bone Maggot does their little Bone Maggot Presents thing, and they have bands come on and play every
Bone Maggot.
every
Oh my
Wednesday or
god,
so.
I haven't heard of that name in a really long time.
Yeah.
Well, I actually don't even know what's happening in the scene right now.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh, so much shit.
Really?
I mean, yeah.
I don't hear anything.
That's like 5 years, and just I guess you got out of the loop. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of out of it because within the Gray, we started before COVID.
Good.
So right before COVID happened, we started the band. We had a vocalist for a little bit. He quit. We played one show with him.
Damn.
It's been over a year and a half since we played that show, and we haven't had a vocalist since. And we may have come across someone a couple weeks ago who might really fit the part.
And then you're gonna try doing some like open mics or something like that, or just.
Yeah, we've been having people audition for the past year because we're really picky because we're like we want to be like on top of it.
Yeah.
Like
I mean, if it's anything like Half Past the Revolution, I know Chris is a part of it.
Yeah, Chris is a part of it.
Chris and...
Adam Clinton's a part of it. He was in my band before Half Past.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, still playing with good old pals. So because we just vibe really well together. We write music the same way, and it's just really easy to write music. Like we have so much music written. Like it's so stupid, and we don't even have. Well, I think we're about to actually commit to a vocalist, but yeah, we have so much, and actually this vocalist is gonna have their hands full.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of shit to write to, but we're gonna start right when we commit. It's just recording, playing shows,
shooting out.
We're gonna hit the ground running pretty hard. So that's why I'm a little bit out of the loop with the music scene.
Being focused and trying to find a vocalist, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's stressful.
Yeah, I could only imagine. I'm glad we stuck with the one.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, you guys are killing it. I miss seeing you guys' shows. I'm so out of it.
Yeah.
After we did that with COVID and didn't have a vocalist through COVID, we kind of all got in this like slump of like, oh, we gotta practice Wednesday. We don't even know what we're doing. Like,
yeah,
we're just like writing music for the fuck of it at this point. We don't have shows planned because we don't have a vocalist. We're like, should we play instrumental shows? Probably not. Like, because once we start playing shows, we want to make sure it's done correctly and right. We want to be prepared and have like backtracks, everything done.
Mm-hmm.
Like we want everything to start smoothly from the beginning,
okay.
which is a rare thing to happen, but we gotta try to make that work. But it's a female vocalist.
Oh,
female
hey,
lead.
Cool. Clean and screams or growls. I imagine, or
mostly clean.
Okay.
Actually, when we were searching for a vocalist, have you heard our demos that we have on YouTube and stuff?
I think I heard a few of like the instrumental stuff. Right?
Yeah, the instrumental demos. So yeah, when we were searching, we're like, we're looking for somebody who's more of like a Chevelle vibe. Somebody who's it's like, cause we're harder than hard rock, cause we have breakdowns. We're more like, we call ourselves like new rock.
There you go.
Kinda.
That's interesting.
We're just like I think every single band I've been in, we've just made up a genre for ourselves. Because
that's normally how it works.
Yeah.
Either you guys make up the genre or someone tells you what your genre is. That's what happened to us.
Yeah.
We just all came together because I have like the most non-metal influences, if you couldn't tell. And then I barely just started getting into more metal bands this year, slowly. And then mainly because Austin told me that I need to start doing that. I'm a metal drummer in a metal band, and I'm listening to AC/DC, Pink Floyd, and my heaviest of metal, Black Sabbath. So,
oh, okay.
Yeah,
so you actually like get like the music gets older and older the heavier it gets.
Dude, it's really dumb. Like each year I've progressed. I've gone into the 80s, and now I'm like midway through the 90s, I think. So I'm slowly evolving, I think. But yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, the girl we found, because when we started, something we realized recently is that a lot of the people who tried out are people who can do vocals but aren't vocalists, you know? Like, okay, yeah, you sound good, but it's not like you can just start riffing, or like, it's not like you can change your tone or like adjust what you need to, or like have to pull something out of your pocket, like
Or something that you heard somewhere, and then you kind of just
like we wanted somebody who we could be like, all right, sing this. They would just like you know. So it's like, yeah, when we were thinking about it, like if I told Chris to play this song and I showed him the song once or twice, he'd be like, okay, I pretty much got the song down.
Pick it up.
And we want that to be like the standard for vocalists.
Right.
So I think we have finally found that.
Hopefully. Knock on wood.
Yeah, I mean, we did record over one of the demos last week.
Okay.
And I've showed it to a few people, and everybody's like, dude, like, she's fucking killer. Like,
that's good.
Everybody's like, new Hayley Williams vibes, like.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, so we're pretty excited. We're not gonna say if anything's 100% yet,
but it's upcoming, and it'll be posted soon, hopefully. And then I'd love to see you play shows again.
Oh my
I'd love to see Chris again.
Before that show we played a year and a half ago, I didn't play a show for 2 years before that. So it's pretty much about almost 4 years since I've played shows.
Yeah, I mean, 2018 was the last time I saw you, and that was the last show of Half Past the Revolution at Whiskey Richards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like itching.
When I messaged you, I was like, oh man, he probably won't even freaking recognize me because I've dropped all that weight. And
you did lose. You look really good, man.
100 pounds.
You lost 100 pounds?
Yeah, I was like 246.
Dude, congrats. That's fucking, that's not an easy accomplishment.
I'm 138 today. I weighed myself, but yeah.
I mean, you went opposite directions.
Yeah, no, you got a little bit more like muscular. I think like a little bit more fat, like because you were like skinny.
I was.
Yeah, from the picture that I found, I was like, oh, okay, there we go. That's the one last like you know. Yeah. I'll use that.
Yeah, that was. I think when I was playing for Half Past, the heaviest I got was probably like 120. I think. I'm 165 now.
Okay, yeah.
So that's a big jump.
Yeah.
But yeah. I mean, but congrats though on losing the weight. That's sick.
It's fun watching people not recognize me and try to add the pounds and then subtract a few and go, oh, okay, yeah, that's this person.
Yeah.
It's literally that. So Half Past was your first band, right?
Yeah. Well.
Not technically.
Yeah, not technically, but that was the first band I was really committed to and like did well with.
Okay, and there was a band before that?
Before that, I was in a band called Above Control with Adam and one of my buddies, Jack Combs, who I went to elementary school with, and my buddy Judah, who I haven't talked to in a few years, but yeah, I don't really know what he's up to. But that band we had some originals, we also did covers, we were like half and half. It was mainly just hard rock, modern hard rock stuff.
That's the start of every band.
My first band was in middle school.
Okay.
Called Sweet and Low.
Wow.
And it was just a rock and roll cover band.
Okay.
And that was basically the start of my live shows. So I think I was in 6th grade when I played my first show.
Wow.
In my front yard for all of our parents and friends and stuff. And I remember sweating so much. Like my hands were like just drenched in sweat. I was like dropping my drumsticks. I'm like, just so terrified.
I used to be that guy from the start of Disrupt Euphoria every time. I don't know why, but then finally I figured out how not to do that.
Yeah, I think now I just end up getting really excited and pumped up. Like chug a Red Bull, pour a bunch of water in my head, go in the back and just like fucking start throwing punches at the air, just run up on stage and just like.
Go.
Yeah, go. Yeah, it's time to go. Especially when like with Half Past we always had like really big intros.
Mm-hmm.
Like as
I
we're like
remember.
walking up, I'd be like just so pumped in the back. We'd have like rituals too, and everybody would put their hands in and that whole thing.
What was that was the ritual? Just put your hands in, do a chant or something, or
It would always be a different chant every time. We would have to do with something like it would always be inside jokes or something. We just scream something really fucking stupid, and we just laugh and just run up on stage.
ah, that's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess our ritual mainly wasn't not really. We never really had one, but my thing and Hannah's thing was to write the set. We started writing the set list in our hand. So if you ever see on my hand any pictures, you'll see like all this Sharpie, and it's just all our songs.
Why'd you write it on your hand?
Because just so I know the set list, and it's just like it became a thing. So first
Oh,
it was
okay.
like when we first started, we were doing Azars in Newbury Park. I'm sure you've heard of that bar. We were playing 3-hour shows, and so we had like
Oh my god.
don't ever do that as a beginning
No,
band.
it's so
Don't.
that's hard.
Yeah. So we had just 30 covers and like 5 originals, and so we would have like a small break in the middle, and so I would just write everything down on a piece of paper, have it right there, and I'm already a shitty first time drummer, first time band, like learning how to do this whole, so just like thrown at me, and so that became that, and then after we stopped playing there, we started playing Rock City more. Now, few music freaks, uh, and it just became the set list became shorter, which was smarter.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was just like, oh, where am I going to write the set list? And then just started writing it. And then Hannah, she doesn't write like the names; she writes abbreviations right here.
Oh, okay.
So that's how she does it. And then it's kind of cool because I leave it. I wash my hands. It's there for a few days, and then it's just like, that was a good show. Or fuck, that show kind of was
There's a little
better planned in my head.
Yeah, I think the longest show I've ever played was 4 hours in 8th grade at a what are they called?
Recital?
No, it wasn't a recital.
Talent show?
It was a market, like a not a flea market. It's a
Farmer's market?
farmer's market.
Okay,
I
here we
can't-
go.
My brain's a little slow right now.
It's the alcohol. No.
Yeah, I kind of had a little party yesterday.
Oh, there we go.
But yeah, that was a 4-hour show, and I think we were playing like Incubus covers and like
Oh yeah.
it was my first band, so we were just playing
Different songs.
Yeah, I think we had like 14 songs,
Wow.
so we just play the same set 4 times,
Oh, there you go.
and then we just take a break every once an hour,
Yeah.
and that was
Jumping from a drum set is like your legs are jelly.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, luckily we're just playing rock and not metal, because I mean, if I was playing the stuff I was playing for Half Past, I can barely last 45 minutes doing that,
Right.
let alone 4 hours of that. I would be probably out for a few days.
I can only imagine. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember just after Half Past shows, I'd like just like run off the stage, run out into the back of the parking lot, and just lay on the street and just have Ryan dump water on me or something.
I have to like take the mask off. I normally like just like have to go outside and just breathe for a little bit.
Yeah, how's drumming in the mask? I couldn't do that shit.
Yeah, try it with this one. I don't have it out, but the teddy bear one that I had was probably the dumbest idea because it's all fur.
Oh,
Imagine wearing
this thing's
that.
pretty thick too.
Oh yeah, it's from a teddy bear.
Oh, you cut it off the teddy.
I
Are you
literally-
making your own masks?
Yeah, these are pretty much I buy them from the 99-cent store,
Oh, okay.
and then I just put shit on it. So like this one came from the 99-cent store. I wanted to make it look like John Wayne Gacy because our album that we've been working on is pretty much about serial killers. So I'm like, known
cool.
serial killer, John Wayne Gacy, probably the clown.
Mm-hmm.
Make a clown, and I kind of like wanted to make extra teeth, so I had to like get a screwdriver and inhale and melt some freaking plastic.
Oh God.
Yeah, makeshift and do it my own. And then that one I did myself and got horns on a mask.
That's pretty sick.
That's like the most recent one, and that's.
Did you just buy like a pack?
No,
of
I'd
the
go to the
mask?
99-cent store, and every time Halloween would come around, I'd just buy a whole bunch. But they
Oh,
don't
okay.
sell them that much anymore. So I have a whole stack in my room just
Mhm.
waiting for me to come up with an idea, whatever the next album is, song. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that toy or song toys. Pretty much, we would do the teddy bear thing. You were there. Well, yeah, probably saw us when we first did the decapitated teddy bear thing, and then I was like, oh, what would be a great idea for a mask? Oh, make a teddy bear half mask.
Mm-hmm.
No one has that. And so I just did it myself. Grabbed a teddy bear, started cutting it up, hot glue, and then there you go, teddy bear.
And is that where you got Mr. Lips from?
No, actually, surprisingly not.
I always thought it was that.
No, I had literally. Well, it was kind of like obviously it was the mask, but where it came from was we used to play. It's gone now. It's actually an empty lot, decimated. Rock and Roll Pizza. I'm sure you've heard of it.
Oh my god.
They're in bowling alleys now. They used to have their own restaurant and bar in Moore Park.
I think okay. It was Rock and Roll Pizza.
Yeah, it was Red Ball's Rock and Roll Pizza. That was the name out front.
Wait, I was thinking. Okay, so there's rock. I thought there was one called Rockin' Balls Pizza.
No, not that I know of. But there's the. Yeah.
Was it in Moore Park? I keep thinking that one was in like Ojai or something.
You might be thinking of Red Ball's Rock and Roll Pizza.
I think I am.
I imagine so. But
what is it like? There's like a stage up.
Yeah.
Like you walk in, the stage is on to the right.
Yeah.
And then you kind of walk into the place where you can order over here. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
You're literally describing it.
Yeah.
Yes, you are correct.
Yeah, it's been a few years since I've been there.
Well, it's gone now.
That's.
It got destroyed. They stopped. They got kicked out, and then they got destroyed. But
we kicked out for.
The noise complaints. This lady across the street kept taking them into court over the open mics and everything like that, and so then they had to pay so much money. Most of their money went straight to the court cases and stuff like that. So they like.
I'm surprised that they didn't make an agreement to have like a decibel limit.
I'm sure they did, but like when you played there or you listened to bands and you walked outside across the street, it wasn't that loud. And then you're thinking like the apartments are up here, and then her window would have to be open. The only thing that was loud was the people talking outside. Because you know how chatter is when people are talking and they're drunk. Yeah. So it's like...
That's a shame.
That's
a shame.
Yeah, and the drum set that was there, from what I understand, or what I heard, was from Taylor Hawkins when Foo Fighters played there at one point.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I think I heard that.
Yeah.
Like, a long time ago.
A long time
It's like somewhere deep in the core of my brain.
Yeah, it floated around. David, No Advisory played there one day with us, and then they got kicked off stage because they were too loud. Because they had a little... like sound meter, and so we had to go off that. We couldn't play louder than 100, any band, we were told. And so literally when you sit down, you'll see the sound meter, and then you hit the snare and then you go 150, and you're like, good, that's loud.
Great. Yeah.
I can't hit anything on this drum set.
Yikes.
So in any case, so we played there every Thursday. So we had our Wednesday at Azars, and then Thursday we had our open mic. So we were playing 3-hour shows and then 15-minute shows. And just kept doing that. And for the longest time, I didn't wear a mask. It was a good few months. Went to 99 Cent Store, like, right when Halloween started one year. And they had them, and I just started wearing it around the store. I'm like, I like this mask. I'm going to wear it, you know. And then I took it home, and I'm like, I think I'm going to wear this. I don't know why.
Does it make it easier with the beard?
Yeah, I guess. I don't even think I was wearing a beard at the time.
Because, like, the inside's plastic, so I feel like if you didn't have the beard, it'd be like... probably rub you up.
I mean, I try to have it padded. That one I haven't worn in years because it's too hot and I get dehydrated. But yeah, so I started wearing them a little bit. I didn't even wear it for the full show. I just started wearing it at the shows. And the MC there was like, "Do you have a stage name now?" And I'm like, "No, not really. I just wanted to wear the mask. It just seemed like fun." And he was like, "You got to think of a stage name." I'm like, "How about you think of a stage name?" And he's like, "All right." And so like a weekend went by. Thursday came around. He's like, "I got a name for you. I figured it out. Lips." I'm like, "Lips." Well, I'm a huge Reservoir Dogs fan. I like Quentin Tarantino. Why not put Mr. in the front of it? Mr. Lips. And so it just kind of worked out. And I've been Mr. Lips since that day in 2016, and then
2016.
Well, yeah, and then most of the time I wouldn't commit at Azars. I would like wear it half the time that I would throw it off and not care. And then the band was like, "Look, you know how Jack is Sparky. He commits. He's like he wears it the whole entire time."
Yeah, Sparky fits him.
Right?
I don't know what it is, but
yeah, it works. And then there's like different intonations, so he does like different evolutions, as he says, of Sparky. So each mask is different. It's all painted differently. The first set was painted by Hannah. So yeah, I think the last one he did himself, and he actually got it like 3D printed. This one, it's actually like more of a helmet.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah, it's crazy. And so I was like, fine, I'll commit. And so when I started committing, I'm like, if I'm gonna do this, I kind of want to make them my own. And so that's what I've been doing slowly. I have an idea for one, but if that'll happen, I'll probably have to find someone that can do it for me.
Yeah, I mean, have you? There's a guy I think who. He doesn't exclusively do Slipknot's masks, but I think he's based out of L.A. I'm not sure. I followed him on TikTok for a while, and there's also people who like collect all the Slipknot masks and like are obsessed with that shit.
Yeah.
But I think it's really cool. I've always thought of the idea of having a themed band, but it's really hard to come up with something that's genuinely unique.
Yeah.
Where it's like, oh, they're like Sleep Token. I don't know if you've seen their getup.
I have no idea.
It's just basically just like black cloaks, and they just have like these masks that are just like painted with like stripes and symbols.
That's okay, kind of like Ghost almost.
Yeah, a little like Ghost actually. That was my first thought when I saw them. Ghost, I think, probably did it the best because I think they look the most aesthetically pleasing.
Right.
I think it's interesting, like the vocalist masked. Kind of looks like an old man.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it does.
And same with, do you know Slaughter to Prevail?
I've heard of it.
They have like these, they get these custom masks made.
Those cost so much money.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Oh, dude, yeah. When, have you ever heard of Monsterpalooza?
No.
So it's like this little, like, Halloween convention thing for all, like, spooky Halloween stuff, and they have a couple companies there that will make custom masks for you, or you can buy their masks that are like hundreds of dollars. And so we asked them for me just to do a simple half mask. If I came up with an idea, they're like, it's $3,000 for whatever.
$3,000
just for the base, like get it to fit on it. Like it's plastic, but it'll like fit better.
There's no way that should be costing $3,000.
It's probably better than this, because if this breaks, I'm fucked.
Because, well, think about it. I mean, all they have to do is like make a mold of your face, which isn't that hard. I mean, I could imagine being kind of like
I'd have to shave. No one wants to see the shave. No,
it would take some labor, obviously, but it's not $3,000 worth of labor.
It was it was $3,000. Yeah,
that's insane.
And we were like, oh, and then we're like, well, what if he did like a full thing, and they're like $5,000 or like $6,000?
No,
and we're like, Jesus fucking Christ.
No,
so
I think at that point you just gotta know someone who does it, or even do it yourself. It can't be that insanely hard to do.
If I get the money together, I already got the money together for the laser engraver. So once I get enough money, I kind of want to get the like a 3D printer and just do it.
A laser engraver?
Yeah, that's how I made these.
Oh shit! Yeah, I saw this too. Yeah, these are tight.
Yeah, I laser engrave.
So Mr. Lips talks shit. Who are we talking shit about?
Oh, we're just talking shit. This is
talking shit about you.
We could
fuck you.
We do have people talking, but that's mainly Jack. When are you going to start the stream? Well, he got lost.
Yeah, Maps took a shit on me. Took me to the wrong casa.
I thought I heard you like say Jacob when I walked out there. I'm like, was that him? And then I was like, maybe I'm hearing shit.
Oh, they're right around the corner. I saw some kids playing outside. Yeah, so that might have been them just yelling at each other.
Probably that happens a lot in this neighborhood. But yeah.
Do you have any other projects on the side of Disrupted?
Well, I started this, and then I started. I did start like I only got one video out. I'm working on getting more videos out, but I do. I want to do sketch videos, like comedy sketch videos.
I love doing that kind of shit.
I watched yours, and I'm like, this is what I want to do.
Wait, which ones did you see?
The one where I saw every time you guys came out with one, I watched it. It's been so long, but I watched that drug one that you guys did.
You watched Simterol?
Yeah, I thought that was funny.
Holy shit!
I was like, this is. beautiful.
Oh my god, I can't believe you saw that. That's
Yeah.
amazing. I love it when people like remember.
I'm a huge comedy fan.
Dude, same. I am obsessed with comedy.
Yeah, no, I've fucking. That's why I have Lenny Bruce here. This was actually a video idea I had. Kind of died, but I'm gonna try and bring it back. But yeah, this is like my comedy wall, pretty much. I'm gonna bring more on there, but yeah, I'm a huge comedy fan. Comedy and music.
Yeah,
favorite
I mean,
things.
yeah, same. Actually,
Other than that, I've done stand-up comedy, only open mics, and then well, in this podcast, I've always wanted to do this, bring a musician on, especially from the local scene, and just
yeah, I've
talk
always
about history, and then like
yeah.
you know, talk about our process, because I imagine my process is definitely different than yours, especially since you're 100 times better than me. Anyways.
Oh my god, shut up, dude.
I say that about every drummer here. When I when I started, I'm like, okay, cool, wow, it's gonna be great when I finally meet other drummers and actually try to have some kind of other drummers that I can watch. That's just not these people. And then like I see you, I see like what is it, Paul from Asylums and all those guys. Like every single drummer, I was just like amazed, and I was just watching you guys being like, you know.
Wait, Asylums is still together?
No, but like I was just saying.
Oh,
like,
just when
yeah,
we were all
like
playing.
one of the ones that came when we all came out, or Hunter Hagee from No Advisory.
Mm-hmm.
When I saw him play, it was just like every single guy was just like, "Fuck, I suck." Or come home and like I need to practice.
You don't suck.
I suck. Yeah.
Um.
I shouldn't say that. What I do for my band works for my band. So.
No, exactly, and that's how it should be.
Exactly.
Like, I mean, there's probably things that I can do that Taylor Hawkins can't do, but there's things that Taylor Hawkins can do that I cannot do.
Yeah.
So it's like he's just got. It's just it really depends on just your style and the way you show it off and the way you write and the way you like just flair it, you know.
Yeah.
And the way you also just the way you mesh with your band, I think, is way more important than just being a technical or good drummer. I don't like with In the Gray. I actually went. I'm like, I don't want to play such technical shit anymore. Like, I'm sick of like having to focus so hard in shows. I just want to be able to chill and jam and just play hard hitting, energetic things. Like,
right.
Instead of like, oh, I need this fill to be super intricate in this part, and like I need this part to be a fucking polyrhythm, and I'm like, I'm sick of like, no. It was really exhausting, especially playing those shows.
I can imagine, because I would see your guys' like how you would drum, obviously, and like all your fills, and I'm up there just doing the same shit for each song. It felt like, and I was like, man, I feel like I need to, you know. And so like each time we'd play or practice, I'd try to like throw something new in or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the time, I mean, I do have a bass line for each song what I'm going to do, but there's a lot of time where I just improvise. I'm like, you know what, I want this to be more fun for me.
Right.
And as long as I can make it fit, then it doesn't really matter. And as long as the audience likes it, it doesn't matter.
Right.
Like, you could literally, if you want it, like, the way I see it is that it's your song.
Yeah.
You wrote the drums. You can change it if you want to. I mean, if you have a lot of people that have already listened to it and showed up to hear the song the way it was written, then you can only change it so much.
Yeah, but the way it's recorded is how they want to hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But since it's just drumming, you could always change a few things. You can mess around with it, have fun. Maybe throw something in that the audience might find more interesting.
How does your writing process work? Like, do you write it out, or are you one of the drummers that just like have them play it a few times and you just practice it, commit it to memory, or? So
me and Chris, usually how it goes, it doesn't always go this way, but usually how it goes is we start with only guitar. We always start with riffs.
That's funny. That's how me and Austin. I can't, anyone else, no, Austin's the one for me.
Yeah, so we'll basically, Chris sometimes even comes in with full songs and guitar written completely out. Or Chris will write a song and then put like MIDI drums over it and be like, this is kind of what I would want. And I'd be like, okay, I can work with that. And then we'll just practice it, play for like a couple hours, and we've got a full song without vocals. And then we just we'll have Adam come in, have him write his parts, and usually it just takes us a couple days to get like the just the main structure of a song done, and then we just keep practicing for however long until we decide we want to change something in it or something feels a little off. Usually it takes about a month to really be like, okay, this song's done.
Right.
Um, but yeah, like back to the vocalist, that girl came in. I told her before her audition, I was like, the first demo that we have that is on YouTube, if you could bring in some vocals for that song, that'd be awesome. She's like, okay, awesome. Yeah, I'll do that. I'm like, great. So she came in and she just
Had it.
she had it. So I was like, amazing. Nobody else that has auditioned has done that.
That's always good.
That's always really good. And I was
so
like,
she's writing her own.
yeah. And
lyrics.
she's like, I was riffing half the time too. She was like, I was just kind of making stuff up on the spot. I'm like, well, it sounded great. And
that's what you need in a vocalist.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And yeah, and I was like, did you write anything before? And she's like, yeah, I spent like an hour and just wrote through it. If we got like, I'd be like, let's like show the audience because I have it on my email right now.
Okay, nice.
But yeah, she's killer. But the writing process is sometimes I start with drums. Like if I have a drum idea that I'm like, sometimes I catch myself like doing like a certain rhythm like all day, like on my fucking steering wheel or on my legs or whatever. I'll just write it out in MIDI.
There you go.
And then I'll be like, Grace, write some shit to this. It's been in my head for like the past fucking month.
Well, yeah, I just wait until like the next practice and kind of like play it there. When I got like the few lessons I got from Music Freaks, because I was like I was self-taught pretty much, and I only had like a couple lessons from some dude down the street who was kind of like meh. Like he was good, but he was also like pretty much, no offense to him, a drunk, and so it was just like I didn't feel like I was learning anything, so I just kind of like, and now I'm drinking now, and so like it was just like, all right, I'm just gonna self-teach myself AC/DC stuff like that, easy stuff, whatever.
I think I like the dark Jim Beam.
The Black Label one more?
Yeah, it's actually sweeter.
Is it?
This one's a little bit so one has more bite.
Yeah, probably. Maybe. Yeah. It's been a while since I drank Jim Beam, so.
Oh, okay.
This is I went like a whole year during my diet just not drinking, just to.
That's good.
Lose the weight and stuff like that. But in any case, so my drum teacher Justin, he taught me some like thing, and I just kept practicing it, and then it ended its way up in practice, band practice, and then everyone was like, I like that. And so then that became our song Emperor. And it's like, oh, cool. And then after that, pandemic happened, and when I was kind of just like practicing, I would do like a little warm-up, and then the warm-up, I did it at practice, I think, at one point, when we finally had practice here, and they were like, we like that, we got a riff for, and then we just kept playing it. So majority of the time, someone comes up with something, we just start like jamming on it, and then all of a sudden just like, we gotta write this into a song.
Yeah.
And it's always the best.
Yeah, sometimes we'll write a full song and we'll like but this one part's really good, and we'll just like extract that one part and just place it in a new song that we're writing. Or I mean, there's tons of ways to do it. And actually the funny thing about Kill the Cause is for most of the songs I've written vocals first.
Okay. You're the vocalist there, or
yeah,
you're doing vocals? Because I was going to ask you, because I see that you do vocal covers and stuff. Why not be the vocalist for In the Gray, or did you just want to?
I just want to drum.
Okay.
And produce for In the Gray.
Okay.
So for Kill the Cause, I'm doing vocals, drums, and production for it, which is honestly my dream, just to be able to just do my thing mostly.
Yeah.
And then have somebody I'm really close with do like everything else. And have their input on it, and just be able to work on something with somebody I'm really good with.
Mm-hmm.
And being able to produce is really fun, actually. At this point, I think it's been like 8 years since I started producing. I think 5 years since I started vocals, and I learned how to sing and scream at the same time.
All right.
So they kind of developed slowly,
but
that's kind of why I started doing the covers. Is to like really, I was doing the covers to expand on. Being able to produce vocals, and then also being able to get better at vocals.
Smart.
So it's kind of a win-win there, and just to slowly raise the bar.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think yeah, the main point of Kill the Cause was because we were struggling to find a vocalist for In the Gray.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I need something. I need to be releasing something. I can't just be stagnant right now. I need to release music. I can't live. I feel like I can't really live without it. To be honest.
Yeah, I can see that.
So, yeah, I started that. I texted Chris one day. I'm like, Chris, start just a heavy ass project with me, because since we're writing like kind of like hard like just really hard rock. I also listen to a lot of like hardcore shit and like really aggressive, just like modern hardcore, metalcore, and stuff like that. I'm like, I also want to be doing that. And since I'm learning to scream, I might as well just implement that.
Right.
So I'm like, it's kind of a triple win if I'm drumming vocals and doing production, which production obviously takes the most time. Like, I'll just be spending fucking 7 hours a day just like slaving over like which chain I should have on which track and like how to mix this correctly, and it's just like a giant puzzle at that point.
Yeah, it's a pain in the ass recording and then doing it. You're like just on the computer and stuff like that. I wouldn't know. I'm not that smart, but yeah,
it's
crazy.
It's
I can only imagine the process.
Yeah, so but like once you complete it, like the satisfaction and like fulfillment out of it is like, oh, yes.
Literally what I'm waiting for with this album.
Yeah, and like we just started writing an EP for Kill the Cause, because we've released 4 singles now over the course of the past year.
Okay.
So now I'm like, we need to write like not an album but an EP that has like 5 songs.
Yeah.
And just release that at once. Nothing too long, not just a single, but something in the middle.
Would you guys play live shows or?
No, it's that's the point of this project. It's a digital project specifically, so we wouldn't be playing live shows. But we want to do like crazy visual stuff for YouTube, like just nutty music videos and shit like that, because that's obviously possible. So I think we're just kind of going down that route. Like, you know that you might not know this band since you said you don't listen to like any like really heavy stuff.
I've lately gotten into Sepultura and Lamb of God. Those were like the 2 last bands I recently listened to. But like literally my knowledge on new bands are like terribly bad. And I always feel like a grandpa because I'm like, oh, you guys remember the Beatles?
Remember the Beatles?
The Doors, you see. Back in my day. Alice Cooper. No. Continue.
There's this band called Darko US. It's a very modern deathcore band.
Okay.
That's just a duo project, and they're killing it right now. Just as they don't play live. I mean, they'll do like live sessions where they record, the drummer plays, he plays drums and guitar for the project, which is funny because when he plays guitar, he actually plays with his strings upside down. Like I think he's left-handed on a right-handed guitar.
So like Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm old. All right, continue.
Actually, that's a fact I didn't know.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
That's all I'm useful for. Movie facts and old band facts.
Movie facts? What movies are you into?
I have a DVD collection of 460 DVDs. Maybe 470 now.
Favorite movie?
And so, favorite movie? Spaceballs, probably.
Really?
I've watched that thing since I was 5. My dad showed it to me.
I think same with me, actually.
My dad showed it to me
I fucking love that movie.
Oh, that movie's amazing.
That's a national treasure right there.
Many people have heard the story. When I was 5 years old, my dad showed me that movie, and every night before bed, I demanded to watch it. And so I watched that movie, not knowing any of the reference, not getting any of the stuff, and I've watched it ever since. And I throw it on every so often, and just like.
I'll never forget the flaccid lightsaber.
Oh, dude, yeah. Your Schwartz is as big as mine. Yeah.
The
when does this happen in the movie?
The
this
merchandising.
Is now. We're looking at now. That was then. This is now. When does then become now? Soon. Sir, yeah, no. I'll go on tangents.
Shit, now I need to watch that. God damn it.
I have the DVD version and the Blu-ray version. Do you have the Blu-ray version?
I don't have any version. I have the pirated internet version when I decide to pirate it.
Go out get the Blu-ray version at least, because the special features have ludicrous speed, and you can watch the whole movie in ludicrous speed, and it's like 20 minutes. I shit you not. It's the
Is it like that time when they're like speeding up the?
yeah. It gets it's
It's
literally
exactly
the whole
like
movie
that?
is just like it's all like just and
That's
then
so
it gets to
weird.
that part of ludicrous speed where it's just really
Does it?
fast.
Oh my god.
It's so fucking funny, and that's the only reason why I have the Blu-ray version is just because of that. But no, I'm a little bit of a movie nerd.
Dude, yeah, I'm really into just actors.
Mm-hmm.
Not, I mean, I am into movies a lot, but I'm more into like following like certain actors' careers.
Mm-hmm.
Like, like I was obsessed with Breaking Bad for so long.
That's
But
funny. I watched that very late. Like once the last season came out, that's when I finally watched it.
I watched it late, but I've
Yeah.
seen the show now by probably like 5 times now.
Great show.
Yeah, I know like everything about that show now, but like now I'm like watching everything Bryan Cranston's in, everything Aaron Paul's in, and I do that with so many actors now, and I um, like any movie I watch now, I'm like that guy's a good actor. He was in this and this and that. He was in like I'm like
I go on IMDb and like try to like
Yeah.
find stuff out. Yeah, like John Candy, his first movie was playing a serial killer clown.
John Can. Oh, dude, that reminds me.
you
You're
ever-
actually
Wait, real quick. Have you ever seen the movie Nothing But Trouble?
No.
Okay, never mind. Continue.
There's a band that just got kind of popular called the John Candy,
Oh wow. Oh really?
and they take clips, or like audio clips from movies, and like early 2000s, like what do you call it? Just early 2000s pop and stuff,
Okay.
and they're just like a gent band.
Wow.
And his screams are amazing, and the band's just super good. And I think they do play live shows. I think.
And they throw movie quotes in there.
Yeah, like if you watch their music videos, they'll put like the audio with the clip that is actually on.
That's
Like they'll do
interesting.
clips from like Terminator, or they'll do like
What's the name of the band?
the John Candy.
Okay. I'm gonna have to look this up.
And the guy he wears a mask, and I think it is John Candy, but like part of it's like a robot.
Yeah.
God, some of their breakdowns hit so hard too.
Right. Okay.
They have some like Paramore like stuff in their songs. They have like Katy Perry and like so much random shit like just packed in
Thrown
these
into
songs from just like movie
Right.
samples, song
It's
samples, just
Fucking hilarious.
yeah. No, I'll definitely send you some shit.
Okay. I'm interested. I'm intrigued because like our one song, that we wrote. Well, I wrote. Called it's called The Prophet, and we have like it starts off with just like me and bass, and it's kind of tribally and stuff like that, and then we pause just for enough time for me to flip up the snare and then go back into it.
Oh yeah.
And so we were like, what, we should do something long enough for the pause. What should we do? And so we were like, what if I get like a sound pad and I just throw different like funny things like movie quotes and stuff like that. So that's kind of funny that you mentioned this band because it's just like that's what we kind of want to do. And the one time we played the song live was when No Advisory played in Simi Valley at the Harley Bowl, and we stopped and we did All Star, but we did Never Stop Coming, Never Stop Coming, Never Stop. So we got the whole.
Oh my god.
crowd.
Wait. Oh god.
You remember there was I think Species Unknown used to do that, or
Yeah.
like, yeah.
I
So we did that basically. It was the funniest thing.
I swear I think there's the John Candy. There is a song that does have a clip from
Yeah.
All Star.
Yeah, but yeah, no. The song Prophet is about this guy named Herbert Mullen who went out, killed 13 people back in like the 60s, 70s, right around Ed Kemper.
Mm.
And one of the things that was wrong with him was he was just completely insane. He heard voices. He did like 14 tabs of acid one time, and it just like fried his brain. He was already in a mental institution, and so God told him to kill not 13 people, just kill people in order to save California from the big earthquake, because he was killing people right around Ed Kemper, who was the Santa Cruz and stuff like that. So right around the area. And so that's what he did. He ended up killing 13 people. He died recently in prison.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
And so I ended up writing the song The Prophet. and then that mask came from it. So
Oh hell yeah.
yeah,
That's
so
cool.
that's how that worked. But yeah, we were like, what should we do? So in the middle of the song, we do it twice, and so we were like, we're gonna do some fucking stupid shit like SpongeBob quotes or like whatever we think of, because he was insane.
Yeah.
And it would fit.
That would fit.
Now we just do something really weird in the middle of it, and then go straight back into
Fucking
it.
Doodle Bob.
Yeah, right.
Just his noises.
We have like hundreds of ideas.
Yeah.
It's stupid, like Pulp Fiction. Like throw some Pulp Fiction in it,
Yeah.
and then
Wait. So what comedians are you into?
Well, number one, George Carlin.
Okay.
He's the Lord thy God of comedy, and then I have Richard Pryor, of course.
Yeah.
And then Lenny. Do you know Lenny Bruce? The guy who started comedy.
Heard of him.
Heard of him.
Yeah.
He's the reason why we can, not only comedians, but anyone on stage can say whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know that, but he died for that fucking final right, which is our First Amendment right, to be able to say fuck on stage.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's
if you can't say fuck, then you can't say fuck the government. Lenny Bruce.
Yeah.
He said that. That's one of his things. He went to jail multiple times just for saying jokes about. It seems lame now, but Catholic Church. If he mentioned pregnancy, he would get thrown in jail. Anything.
I mean,
like
back
that.
then, that's like.
It was a big thing. Like
yeah, that's huge. That's huge.
It's dumb for the 50s and 60s, and so he went to jail. He went to jail with George Carlin. They were in the same, like, he was in the audience, and he was friends with Lenny Bruce at the time, and so
yeah.
When he died, he kept it going with the 7 dirty words you can't say on TV. I'm sure you've heard of that, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, piss, fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker,
yeah.
tits.
Yep.
The 7 holy words. I live by that.
Yeah,
daily.
that guy. The amount of clips I've seen of that guy, every single one has made me die laughing.
There is Carlin clip fans, and then there's like people like me who's read the book, know like literally everything about Carlin. I'm a huge Carlin fan.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, and by Carlin clip fans, I mean like they've seen the clips, but they haven't seen like the nitty gritty of every single thing he's done. I've watched his career from 70. Was it probably 76 was his first special, 77 I think. Mm-hmm. HBO, he was the first comedian to do stand-up comedy on HBO, where they actually paused the stream. It was live broadcast, and it says, if you do not want to hear this language, please turn off your TV. It has its paused right there. And so ever since then, it's just like I've seen so much of his career and like his books, and you get to see his process and how like everything.
It's funny because I think America was really the only country that had so many hang-ups with all these, like, oh, you can't say this, you can't say that, and, like, people are saying that nowadays where they're like, oh, we're so, like, you can't say anything anymore, where it's like, you couldn't.
Yeah, I mean, see,
like, back then, I feel like it was a little bit more.
Yeah, pretty much. It was way worse back then, because he freaking went to jail. Like, he had to go to jail and defend a joke he made about the Pope. And then, like, the other thing is people don't understand. Most people don't understand when they read, like, a Dave Chappelle joke. They're reading it not as a joke. You know what I mean by that?
Yeah, so there's, do you know Daniel Tosh?
Yeah, of course.
So...
I'm a comedy fan? No, I
can't. Daniel Tosh, what did he say? He was just more like, he's like, if you start any sentence with, don't joke about blank, he's like, if you start any sentence with that, no, I hate you to your core.
Yeah.
He's like, and then he goes on to make some pretty fucked up jokes, to be honest.
Yeah,
but
like, Carlin has one bit where it's like, you can't joke about rape, but I think you can if you imagine Porky Pig getting raped by Elmer Fudd.
No, that was actually kind of almost the same exact direction that Daniel Tosh took. Because it was his stand-up from 2016.
Okay.
Which you may have heard.
More than likely, yeah.
That one is probably his best stand-up.
Right.
But he's like, rape is not funny, but you can make a joke that is funny about it.
Yeah.
And he goes on to say something about Michael Jackson doing a hologram show, and he's like, for $50 extra you can take your kid in the back and have him ghost fuck your kid.
Oh my. But yeah, it's weird to me because people automatically will hear that, or like it's like it's not funny. Obviously,
Yeah,
none
obviously
of us are
it is
saying
not
it's not
funny.
funny.
It is not.
But we're
funny.
saying there are ways that can make it funny in a weird sense.
I
you
think
know?
I think the thing about comedy, at least for me, is that I feel like for a lot of people, it's actually a coping mechanism, and actually can make life a million times more enjoyable. Because there's people who like obviously grief is a thing, but like I don't know, because
if you can take a dark subject and make it somewhat funny,
yeah,
it
if
makes
you
it
if
easier
you can
to swallow. And
yeah,
that's
if you
all
can
comedians try to do.
Yeah, exactly,
And if
I
you
think
tell a comedian not to do that, or like you can't say this, you can't say that, it's what Carlin said. It's the duty of the comedian to cross the line deliberately.
yeah, and it's comedic relief on a subject that's extremely touchy.
Right.
And that's why it takes balls to be a comedian, because a lot of people truly just don't fucking understand. Like it's pretty irritating that people can't get it through their heads that it's called like it's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. You literally paid money to show up and see a comedian, and then you're like, you're
It's dumb that they'll go and see the comedian like on a video and be like, he's funny, oh, he's hilarious. They'll go see the show and they'll laugh. The comedian gets to one subject and it's like, that's not funny. That's about this. I believe this.
I was affected by that.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's like you choose to be offended.
Yeah. And then there's this whole thing now with stand-up comedy, like 2 phrases I hear and it like literally makes me insane is punch up and punch down comedy. And basically you're either a punch up comedian or you're a punch down comedian. You know what that is?
I'm assuming punching down means you're kind of shitting on everybody, and punching up means you're shitting on yourself?
No, punching up means, so obviously I'm a white, straight, cis male, and I can only make fun of you, another white, straight, cis male.
Oh, yeah.
And so, since everyone has their own separate categories, I can't make fun of that category because I am these 3 things. That's basically what punch-up comedy is. Like, I can only make fun of the president.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
And it's like, okay, so it's either punch-down comedy where it's all on the board, it's all funny, we all make fun of the same person, you're all treated equal. Or, I can't make fun of you, I can make fun of you. Can't make fun of you, I can't. It's almost like comedy segregation.
It is comedy segregation.
That's how I've been thinking of it. It's almost like someone has like a little, like, I think it would be a good sketch video idea of just like someone like who wants to be a comedian comes in and be like, well, this is what I have, and then they read it, and they're like, okay, well, you can make fun of this, and they have like a board or like a little pegboard, and it's like, you can only make fun of these things. The next person comes in, is probably like a minority or something like that. It's like, well, I want to be this, and then it's like, well, you can now make fun of all this, and like the board gets bigger for them. It's like, oh, good.
You know what? The funny thing about that, I think, is the people who have it hardest, which tends to be people who are like genuinely crippled, have the best sense of humor.
Oh, definitely.
Like
my coworker Adam is hilarious.
Yeah, it's like I think it's kind of hard to explain. Like actually from the same show that Daniel Tosh did, he's like, I went for this Make-A-Wish kid and visited him, and he was dying of cancer. But since that, he's like, he had the best sense of humor. Like he was able to have a dark sense of humor. Was able to laugh at like Daniel just kind of just like making fun of him or whatever Daniel does.
Exactly.
And was able to like laugh with him because he's so used to everybody just like, oh my god,
like, are you okay?
Like you want somebody to just like be like a normal fucking person to you.
Be like, oh, what's
make
all
a
this
joke.
shit?
You make fun of me. Like it's. I feel like segregating comedy is kind of doing a disservice just for people in general.
And you're not evolving as a comedian. You're just literally, oh, I can only talk about these subjects. I'll only talk about these subjects.
Yeah, and
then like throughout the years, we keep them or whoever comes up with these things you can't say or you shouldn't say or you need to say this. Like it changes. So like what that person said that they agreed was fine if they look at it now, they're going to be like, well, they can't say that now. It's just like, well, then why do we keep changing the bar? Like, what changes, you know?
And that kind of this just applies
And
to cancel culture now too.
It's comedy.
Yeah, it's comedy, and it sucks that people can't just be like, oh, that was a joke. Oh, I shouldn't take it so seriously and let it ruin my entire fucking week.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, it's
What's
just ridiculous. Like, why? Like, I don't understand why people put so much energy into being offended by something. Because it takes a lot less energy to be like, oh, that was a joke.
Yeah.
And just be done with it. Like, you don't have to laugh.
What's worse, the comedian who makes the joke or the guy who's probably in office who got voted in and can sign the bill and make your rights, like, gone?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just as well, like, the more you change words around, the more, like, you change anything around, and, oh, you can't say this word, that word is now this word. That's just, like, a different form of, like, mind control. It's like, what was so bad about that word? What changed that? Fixed the problem? Changing the word? Homeless people is not homeless people anymore. It's the lesser housely incomed people or something like that. It's like, okay, 3 syllables or 4 fucking, you know, it's like, okay, they're still homeless. They're still in a tent. Us changing the word doesn't do anything. How about we, like, fix the problem? And if a comedian says homeless, it's like, well, he can't be saying homeless. It's like, it's fucking, you know, it's a dumb example, but you know what I mean? It's like changing the word or changing that doesn't do anything.
You know who I'm pretty conflicted about is Louis C.K.
I love Louis.
I love Louis, but did you hear? I'm sure you heard.
What, the whole
thing?
Yeah, the Me Too thing or the what?
The technical sexual assault allegations.
Yeah, nothing has happened since then from what it sounds like.
Well, he did a show recently kind of explaining the whole thing.
Right, yeah, he did a whole special about that. I even saw him live.
You saw him live?
In Oxnard.
That's pretty great.
Oh, he was fucking hilarious.
I think he is hilarious, but I do think what he did was weird.
Well, yeah, of course.
It's just...
See, my thing is, until, like, he goes to court or until, like, more evidence comes out or something comes out, that's like... Other than that, why is he allowed to do what he's doing now and touring?
Yeah.
And whoever, like, he did whatever he did too, hasn't come out further and, like, gone further other than an article. Which I imagine is, like, not a great thing to say, and I imagine probably not a great point of view, but that's my whole thing with Justin Roiland.
I was just watching...
the Rick and Morty thing.
Yeah, me and my girlfriend, we were just watching Rick and Morty before I left to come here.
Right, and you've heard his thing, right?
Yeah, and we were literally... I looked up on Google. Before I showed up here, I was on Google going through this. I'm like... I don't know. Like, it says that the case was dropped.
Yeah, it was. Because apparently she was completely lying and it was just a bad breakup.
But I also saw something that was posted 3 days ago that he's still being kicked off the Rick and Morty train.
Yeah. Because they heard... So the news came out. He was in jail. The companies obviously overreacted and was like, well, because of Me Too, we need to, like, nip this in the bud kind of thing. Like, get this out. So people still watch the show, we still get money, and, you know, if it comes out that he did do it, then we're good, obviously. Mm-hmm. But it also came out that the case was dropped, she was lying. The only thing he has is, like, this weird Twitter interaction with a girl on messages, but when you read the messages, he's not asking for, like, nudes, he's not even asking for videos, and there's, like, no, like, videos of him doing anything.
But
it's like...
What was said, though, is pretty important.
Yeah.
Is it weird?
It's weird. I agree. It's weird. And again, I'm at the point of I want to hear both sides.
Because I didn't see those. I didn't see those conversations.
Oh yeah, you should read them.
They are weird though.
They're weird.
Oh,
They're
okay.
strange.
Well, that should say enough, to be honest.
If he was actually going to be a predator or be that, I think it would be more of, oh, show me these pictures, show me this, show me that, which isn't really said. He just says some weird, like, shit. That sounds like something a stupid comedian would say.
Oh.
Like, it doesn't sound... But, again, I try to look at things both ways. And be like, benefit of the doubt, he may have not done it.
Hopefully
he didn't do it, I should say. But if it comes out and it like shows and it's proven, especially from this person who's accusing him on Twitter, which is what should happen. You know, if you're gonna publicly come out and say this person's doing these things and be like, okay, take him to court. No, I don't want to. Then why? Why stop there?
Yeah.
I understand that you're a victim. I understand that you're going through a hard thing. Maybe, you know, everything that he's done is very hard to hash out. But if you're at the point of showing it publicly and you're at the point of like throwing it in the news media and everything like that, then you should be able to go the bigger step and throw him in jail, have your day in court, and be like, this is the evidence I have.
Mm-hmm.
Until that happens, okay, he did some shitty, weird shit that he probably didn't think of. That's where I'm at.
Yeah. So, like, back to Louis C.K.
It's the same instance. Nothing ever really happened. Sarah Silverman and like a lot of other female comedians like defended him. So it's just like,
yeah. So like, but did you hear what happened? I mean, yeah, you watched the show.
I mean, I've watched the
So it was like
he basically jerked off on the phone with someone on the other end, and then the other thing was like he jerked off in front of them in person. Those were the two things.
Yeah.
But
it's just so on the line of like, was it like, in other terms, like the vibe of the situation, or like,
from what it sounded like to him and to her is that they both agreed, or they both were like, yeah, okay, sure. It's the same thing that happened with Aziz Ansari.
That happened with...
Yeah, he got Me Too'd and canceled, even though it was just
what?
like it sounded like a shitty date or something like that. And the chick
Aziz?
was just... Yeah. And nothing ever happened to him, and he like has done 2 specials now, so I'm not advocating for them. I'm not, you know, saying like they didn't do it. I'm just saying like if it did happen, I would love to be the one to see it. Just like how Johnny Depp had his day in court with Amber Heard and everything that happened there.
Mm-hmm.
It's only fair to have both sides said, both evidence comes out. We're always going to be in this debate of like, did he or did she? And women can lie just as much as men can lie.
Yeah.
Like Bill Burr had this bit in, I think, not his last special.
Bill Burr's one of my top 3.
I've seen him twice. I love him. And so he had this one bit about how like, how do you think Star Wars was created? Someone just made that shit up. Do you think women can't make shit up? It's like women lie too. Amber Heard lied. She said, I didn't shit on that bed. And then he's all like, they are teacup poodles. So to say that we must trust all women, then we must trust all men too. It has to be both ways. It can't be just, you know, and I'm sorry, but everyone lies. Everyone tells their own truth. Everyone has their own little thing.
I love Bill Burr because he's a dumb fuck, but he's also so smart at the same time.
Oh, he's
like, he's just like logic, but also it's like there's some like real logic that's involved with what he's saying, but there's also like his logic like intertwined.
Right.
So it's just like him being just like an angry asshole, and then there's also him
to
just
his podcast.
A little bit,
yeah,
a tiny bit.
I listen to it all the time.
I listen to a lot of. I've watched or listened to so much of the It's Always Sunny podcast.
I need to start listening to that.
Do you watch that show a lot?
I've watched it a few times. Yes, a few hundred or so times.
Yeah,
I don't have Hulu anymore, but yeah.
Oh yeah, that's.
The show's great.
Their new season came out. One of the episodes has Bryan Cranston and Aaron Paul in it.
I heard. I'm like, I see this.
Oh, it's good. No, I think that and It's Always Sunny, and I think Breaking Bad has to be my favorite 2 shows like of all time.
Two opposite ends.
Yeah, 2 completely opposite ends. Also, like Malcolm in the Middle, not just because of Bryan Cranston, but just because I think that show's just genius.
That's the reason why I couldn't get into Breaking Bad. Like a couple times, I tried to watch it.
Because you were used to Hal.
Well, no, like I had just finished watching Malcolm in the Middle, and so like I watched the whole run of it, and I'm like, I should really try out Breaking Bad. And then I tried watching it, and I just kept seeing Hal.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I can't. Do it.
No, they were complete. Because I just watched an interview with Bryan Cranston. He was saying, when he was coming up with the character for Hal, he was actually basing it off of Lois, who was like a really strong, dominant, like not afraid of anything, female character. And she's like, well, I might as well just do the complete, utter opposite of what she's doing. Make him super wimpy, scared of everything. Anybody can basically take control of him, and like just super goofy and like off-putting and like
Yeah.
that was like the entire. It was based off of how Lois made her character,
Mm-hmm.
and with Breaking Bad, he said the only reason he did Breaking Bad is because he looked at the script and noticed how it would actually be the first show in history where the character actually changes throughout the entire show to a
Right.
completely different character by the end of the show.
Yeah.
Which I thought was really, really cool.
It is. It's actually really interesting to watch his whole evolution until the end. Have you watched Better Call Saul?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I finished that a few weeks ago.
I need to watch it and finish it. Yeah. Well, I watched up until the 4th season, so I need
It's
to
a
watch
very.
it.
I'll only spoil one thing mildly. It's a very bittersweet end.
Okay.
That's all I'll say.
Best thing about me and spoilers, I forget them immediately.
No, same actually.
Someone literally, when I was watching Breaking Bad, in high school, I told one of my friends, and he started telling me all these things that happened because it had just ended. He's like, "Well, this is what happens," and starts like spoiling it for me. And I'm like, "Okay, cool." And then like I completely forgot, and then I got to that point, and then it was just like after the show, all of a sudden it came back to me. I'm like, "Oh right, he said that this was gonna."
Mm-hmm.
I remember. I couldn't remember until like after I watched the show, being like, "Oh, that's right. He tried spoiling it for me." So it's just like if you open yourself up for spoilers and immediately forget, you won't be like disappointed.
Did you see? Did you see Avatar: The Way of Water?
No, I've seen the first one. I haven't seen the second one.
So they spent 13 years on this fucking movie.
Go ahead, tell me. I can care.
I'm not gonna spoil anything. There's nothing to even spoil because the movie was so fucking predictable.
That's sad.
Yeah, so I think that was my only issue with it. Like the visual effects were insanely good.
Just like the first one.
Yeah, I mean even way better than the first one.
Well,
the first
yeah.
one is amazing.
Because
the visual
of that
effects
time.
were definitely like the highlight of the movie. But the plot was just like you can kind of just see everything coming. Everything is pretty predictable, and you're like, "Oh, yep, that happened. Oh, there that goes."
There we go.
Oh well, I kind of see how this is gonna end. You know, it was. I'd say a 7 out of 10.
Yeah.
No, I'd say 8 out of 10 just because the visuals were so good. But if the visuals were like
non-existent and storyline alone.
Storyline alone, 6 or 7. Just there was no twist or anything like that. It was just very. It felt a bit cookie cutter to me.
That's how I feel about the Marvel movies.
Dude, actually, yeah, same.
That's why I don't watch them.
Yeah, actually, I watched all the Captain America movies recently, just to like see. I think those might be my favorite modern Marvel movies.
Alright.
I was like, okay, these are actually pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's some like darkness to it, but like the Avengers movies is where I start to be like,
Yeah.
My favorite movies though, of all time are technically Marvel movies, but it's the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man.
Oh yeah, of course. Whenever someone brings up Spider-Man, I jokingly literally be like, "Oh, you mean the best Spider-Man?" They say Tom Holland. I go, "No, Tom Maguire. Who's Tom Holland?" I literally just act like I play dumb. Huh? What?
Yeah. No. I like Tom Holland a lot, and I also like Andrew Garfield a lot. They're both super dope, but I just I like Tobey a lot.
Those were more comic booky.
Yeah, those were more comic booky, but I think they were way darker and more serious at the same time. Like they did more practical effects for everything, which I really appreciated. His suit was also cooler, in my opinion. It looked just I don't know, it just looked something about the like proportions and the way they did it just looked like way cooler to me. And I feel like the newer movies look too CGI and too bright.
I'm gonna close that door. Probably better.
Yeah.
There's bugs.
The Rick and Morty poster.
Yeah, there's a Rick and Morty. That's why I brought it up. I remember.
No, I thought just the new Marvel movies are like too colorful and bright to me. I like a little like. So like the first movie with Green Goblin.
Mm-hmm.
Love that shit with Willem Dafoe.
Willem Dafoe.
Willem Dafoe is in my top 5. definitely maybe top 3.
Favorite actors?
Yeah.
God, I don't think. I think Johnny Depp is definitely in there for me at least.
Really?
Yeah.
Johnny Depp is sick.
Yeah.
Like the fight scene. Do you remember that movie like well? The first Spider-Man.
Pretty much, yeah.
Like the fight scene at the end, with when they're like fist fighting in that like courtyard, like the abandoned courtyard, and it's just silent, and all you can hear is like their punches and swings at each other.
Yeah, I think I remember. Yeah.
Like right before like the glider hits him in the stomach. And
Spoiler
dies.
alert.
Yeah.
I haven't fucking seen it.
2001. No, that's amazing. Like that's the shit I watch movies for. It's like the super intense, dark, like.
Well, it's Sam Raimi. You know?
Sam Raimi too. They were gonna make a 4th, but
it didn't happen.
the other people that were working on the 3rd movie were like, no, we need 3 fucking villains for some reason.
Yeah.
Like
the Sand guy. They had
Sandman, Venom, and Hobgoblin, which was Franco.
Yeah, James Franco.
Yeah, which I thought he was pretty good in this movie. But the new Spider-Man, like No Way Home was really good.
I haven't seen any of the new ones. I literally was just like, I watched Guardians of the Galaxy, because so many people were like, Jacob, you love comedy. Oh my god, you love Guardians of the Galaxy. And I watched it and I fell asleep like 3 times, and I finally committed to watching it. And I'm like, this is so sitcom-y comedy.
It's very
It's
I kind of
cute.
You know what it kind of reminds me of is like I would say the pop version of comedy. Like, you know how there's like pop music and how it's like just popular music. Like it kind of just tends to the majority.
It's very cute. It was very cute comedy.
It's also family friendly.
Exactly, and I was like, okay, but
yeah.
I'm listening. I'm over here listening to Bill Burr, Louis C.K., Tom Segura.
I think Far From Home, or sorry, No Way Home. You should watch that one.
Mm-hmm.
I think you'd like that because there's a lot of practical effects. Willem Dafoe did all of his own stunts in that, and they are fucking crazy.
That's the recent one, right?
Yeah, the most recent one.
That has Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield.
Yeah, where the multiverse comes in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one was, because I didn't watch the first 2.
Yeah.
Tom Holland Spider-Mans.
I saw the last recent one I saw was the Andrew Garfield one, which was the one he did. I haven't seen it, any of the Spider-Man or any of the ones that are like that.
I highly recommend No Way Home just because so much is happening, and it's actually like the twists and the shit that happens is like really significant, and it's like, oh, like it's really interesting, and like the fight scenes are really like just the action in them seem really I don't know a word to explain it, like genuine, I guess. It doesn't feel like you're watching a CGI fight. It looks like there's 2 people like actually fist fighting each other, like they want to kill each other in a certain way. And they're really, really intense, which I like about it. Like the camera angles and like it's Willem Dafoe, so he looks like a fucking psycho, like when he's fighting Tom Holland.
Plays that very well.
He plays, he was born for that role, dude. Oh my god. Have you seen The Lighthouse?
Yeah, with Robert Pattinson.
Robbie Patty.
Robbie Patty.
He.
Did you watch the Batman?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I loved that movie.
That was really good.
That was amazing.
A lot of people were disappointed because they're like, oh, like Batman should be more powerful. And it's like, no, this like remember.
It's a different version of Batman, guys. Christian Bale's
Batman. Batman Begins. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's basically just another Batman Begins when he's like starting off.
Right.
The next Batman is gonna be.
Yeah.
It's gonna be amazing.
Yeah, because it's literally it's more. I see what you're saying about Batman Begins, but definitely this one it felt like it was definitely more when like he was definitely trying to figure things out, and I think he says so in the movie. Like it's mentioned how he's only been doing it for a year or so.
Yeah, like he's just getting started.
Yeah.
I mean, Batman Begins was more extensive of him like going out of the country and like traveling into mountains to find this group of people who would train and like.
the one thing that we've seen in all the other Batmans that pretty much like even the Batman versus Superman, we've always seen a scene about the parents' death. You know, they always show that. They always show the Playboy version of Batman and stuff like that. You know, like how he's completely women around him.
Yeah.
He's a millionaire. They're just like you said, he's going different places and shit like that. It's like, okay, cool. And then this one was just like here he is, you know, figuring this shit out, and he's now becoming the greatest detective. That's why he has the camera there, and he's like learning how to do shit. Alfred's there to help him. You know what I mean? And they only like mentioned his parents. They didn't actually have a scene where it shows the scene of them dying. Which thank God. If I had saw that one more time, I was gonna blow my brains out.
No, for real.
That's why I.
At this point, they don't even have to show that shit. Like, you really don't.
No.
You could just implement it. Like, you could just mention it.
Yeah.
At a certain point. 'Cause I just feel like it kind of comes off as cheesy if you show it at this point. Unless you do it in, like,
a definitely
unique,
better,
specific
kind of like
way.
how the Joker did it.
Yeah.
The Joker did it amazing. I love how they did it. How Joaquin
Phoenix is so
I watched that
sick.
movie 3 or 4 times in theaters. I loved it.
That was really good.
The rest of my band went and saw it first before I got the chance to see it because I think I was doing something, and they were like, "There's a scene in the movie. We all agree. We laughed. It's definitely you. It's something you would do if you could do it." And I'm like, "What's the scene?" And they're like, "No, we're not going to tell you. You need to see it." And so I'm like, "Okay." I picked a day. I'm like, "I'm seeing it there with these people." They're like, "We're joining you." And so like we all went as a band with a bunch of people, went and saw it. And that scene was basically when he comes home and he's disheveled, and I think there may be like a phone call or like an answering machine going off. Either way, and he goes straight to the kitchen, opens up the fridge, takes everything out and crawls in it and closes the door. And
Why don't I remember that?
You don't remember that scene?
Why don't I remember that scene? I feel like I would have remembered that. What the hell?
Yeah, I live for that scene, and so like that's literally, and it was improv by Joaquin Phoenix because they just told him to walk in there, and that's all they needed was him to walk in. But all of a sudden, he opened the fridge and just started taking everything out, and then he and then he closes the door. And he's in there now.
How much do you think he weighed for that movie?
Probably like less than me.
I mean, you looked like.
I can't say that now.
Like bones.
100, maybe 120, I imagine. 110. I don't know how tall he is, so.
Yeah, I guess I don't know how tall he is.
And I was like 200, 240 at the time when I saw the movie, so it was just like, yeah. But yeah, I saw that scene afterwards. They were like, "What'd you think of the movie?" I'm like, "I love the movie." They're like, "Was there any scene?" And I'm like, "Well, this one scene." I told them the refrigerator scene. They're like, "That's the scene we were talking about." Yeah. And then later on that week, I had like such a crappy day at work. I was just like, if I can go into this fridge right now, that just seems calm to me for some reason. I was working at Debt Collections at the time, so
you know what that kind of reminds me of is from Breaking Bad when Skyler just walks into the pool while they're at dinner in the backyard.
Oh yeah, that's basically the same.
She just like goes underwater and just sits there and stares into the darkness.
If I showed you the clip, you'd remember it. But yeah, it's basically him walking into the kitchen. Arthur just walking in there and opening. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like midway through the movie.
Have you seen The Machinist with Christian Bale? I didn't watch that movie. His diet was like
an apple. And like I know that much about the movie, and I know he basically plays a crazy guy. And I know it has a twist at the end.
Yeah, no, he's just a guy who's just losing his mind, basically.
I love those movies.
Yeah, just psych thrillers.
Yeah, I'm not a big horror movie fan, but if it's a thriller, if it's literally a mindfuck of a movie, like Secret Window or have you ever seen Hide and Seek?
Maybe.
Robert De Niro and I think Dakota Fanning is in it.
Like I feel like it's on Netflix right now. Actually, I've scrolled past it a few times.
It's a great movie.
It's a psych thriller?
Huh? Yeah. I have the DVD.
Okay. Because
I'm insane. But Secret Window's a Johnny Depp one, and it's kind of loosely based off of a Stephen King novel, I think, or like a small little story.
Oh, okay.
And that's another great one, but it's like completely... And John Turturro's in it.
Okay.
Yeah. I watch movies. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not much into older movies though. That's the thing.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it kind of covers music and movies for me too. Is like, I think my favorite era of movies and music was just late '90s, early 2000s.
Yeah. See, I kind of love it all because you can see like a whole evolution almost.
Yeah,
when you
I
go
love seeing the
through.
evolution and like just the development of everything. But I think that was just such a sweet spot
Mm-hmm.
to where everything was modern enough to where they could make really good shit, but everybody was dedicated enough to
Mm-hmm.
make extra good shit and make everything more practical.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of really, really good coming up actors at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And also a lot more unique ideas because right now there's a lot of rehash.
Well, so the funny thing is, I found this out because I believe TikTok when I used to like actually scroll through it, but there was 36 since 1890. I just told someone about this since 1890 or 1895, I think. A guy wrote 36 plot points. There's 36 pretty much plots ever, and so that's what we've been rehashing. Is the same exact thing as like Obsession or whatever. So each movie, if it may seem the same, it's more than likely because it is.
Yeah.
It's just like music. We all learned from AC/DC or Beatles and stuff like that, and we may not realize it. We're like, well, no, we learned from like Nirvana. Like "Come as You Are." Well, unfortunately, they pulled that riff from another band that pulled that riff from someone else. Just like the song "Come Together" by the Beatles is actually a
Well, that's
Johnny
why
B. Good song.
Oh, that's why they call it inspiration.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just all being inspired by something else that turns into something else. That
Nothing.
It's just kind of like a giant game of telephone.
Mm-hmm.
A really interesting, fun game of telephone that's just entertaining as hell.
Have you seen the Dave Grohl where he's like talking to I think Pharrell Williams? I can't remember who, but he I could be wrong, but I know he basically is talking about how a lot of Nevermind came from disco drumming.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, the tap boom tap boom tap actually came from like Cool in the Gang or something like that.
Cool in the Gang.
Or I could
Cool in the Gang.
Don't quote me on that. I could be wrong, but it's definitely like it's that era of like R&B or like even just like you wouldn't believe it, but if you see that clip, you'd be like that. No way that came from that. And then they play the clip of that band playing it, and then you hear "Smells Like Teen Spirit," and you're like, what the fuck? So
yeah, because with my first band that I mentioned, we covered a few Nirvana songs. Ooh, this is starting to.
I'm already drunk, so.
Okay.
My tolerance went out the window once I lost that 100 pounds.
Oh, I could imagine.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
246. I was like, and now I'm like, that was enough.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, whiskey always does it for me.
Do you like Jim Beam, or do you like what other brands do you like? Or
Larceny.
Larceny, okay.
Larceny, because I like sweeter stuff.
All right.
To be honest, I don't like stuff with much bite. I like to just be able to just sit back and enjoy my drinks without having to like do like a breathing method. Like.
That's fair. I love Jameson. That's another one.
Jameson it's pretty hard to go wrong with Jameson.
Yeah.
Even though they're like
sweet.
Even though they're like pretty much corporate, it's still good.
My bass player loves Proper 12.
I don't think I've had Proper 12.
The what's his name? Conor McGregor's whiskey.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I think it's Proper 12. I could be wrong. Who knows? Hi, this is Mr. Lips. I'm wrong all the time.
It's like celebrity alcohol is such an interesting subject because I feel like there's so many
different ones.
Snoop Dogg has a wine, Aaron Paul and Bryan Cranston have a tequila.
That's interesting.
Dos Hombres.
Ron White has a tequila. And Dan Aykroyd has a vodka, Crystal Head, and it smells like freaking acetone.
And fucking
Have you ever had Crystal Head vodka?
No.
It's literally the bottle.
They say it tastes like battery acid.
No, it smells like acetone.
Oh,
like
acetone.
Nail polish remover. You know what nail polish remover is?
Yeah.
I'm sure. Yeah, that's what it smells like.
God.
I just had it here the other day, like a little small bottle of it.
It better,
and my friends
it better be like Everclear or something. Like.
apparently it's really smooth. Like it was nothing. They drank it. And
So
like,
you
wow.
you drank it and you were like,
No, I was like, I don't like vodka. I'm not going to drink it. But
Yeah, I
it's
don't like
3
vodka
times
either.
filtered.
but it's has that stench.
It has
To
that
it?
smell to it, but apparently it was just like, wow, that was smooth. And they took and I was like, oh, I'm never going to try it. But yeah, we drank that and then we watched his movie, written and directed, Nothing But Trouble, which is a movie no one has heard, which is a collection I have is movies no one's heard of.
Okay.
Like The Big Bounce. No one's heard of that movie.
I haven't heard of that movie.
Yeah, it has Owen Wilson, Morgan Freeman.
What?
Yeah,
What the
Charlie
fuck?
Sheen and Gary Sinise is all in this movie.
What's it called again?
It's called The Big Bounce,
Big
and it's
Bounce.
a remake of of that same name, The Big Bounce, in 1960 something, and it's based off a book.
What the fuck? Okay, wait, hold on. That reminds me of a movie I watched recently that tripped me out because I never saw any advertisement for it. I never came out in theaters, which it should have. Oh, fuck, what's it called? I have to find it now.
Yeah, no. Look up Nothing But Trouble. It's Dan Aykroyd, Chevy Chase, Demi Moore, and John Candy.
Chevy Chase.
And it is a movie. It is a very. It was like, God. You ever look up the budget in the box office of some movies? Just
Yeah,
to
I
see?
do.
And just be like amazed at how it was such a, like the budget was so much and then the box office was like 8,000. You're like, yeah, that makes sense. This movie was
Yeah.
shit. But yeah, Big Bounce. What's another? Have you ever seen? This is actually a good one. Being John Malkovich.
No, I've heard of that though. I think I've seen the
Great movie.
thumbnail for it or the
It's
cover.
a crazy movie.
Oh, it was this movie that Babylon.
I've heard of it.
That movie is it's like I think it's like 3 hours long.
2022.
It's about it's about the movie scene in the 60s, 50s, I think.
Okay.
And it's an upcoming actress, so, a dying actor, not like literally dying, but like his career is kind of dying and coming down. And then it's an upcoming director, and it's kind of the story of them three and their connections and how they all kind of come together. Yeah, I guess it's kind of hard to explain, but it's a really long movie and it's really really good. It's Margot Robbie, Brad Pitt, and the other actor, I don't know his name, but he was amazing actually.
Yeah. See how I've gotten my DVD.
Tobey Maguire's in the movie too.
Oh really?
Yeah, he plays a drug dealer.
Nice.
Like a tweaked, like he's like pale. He's like dark circles around his eyes, and he's like really like friendly, but like also like unleashed for some reason.
McGuire and who else?
Margot Robbie is the up and coming actress, and then Diego Calva. I've never heard of him before, but he was pretty amazing in that movie too.
Okay.
He's the up and coming director.
All right.
That started as like an errand boy for Brad Pitt's character in the movie.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so he goes from that to.
I'll have to look this up.
It's pretty nuts, and it's a really stressful movie because the movie scene back then was so booming, and like everybody was just like extremely active in that scene. I guess that's one way to put it. Because everything also had to be practical.
Yeah.
And everybody had to be on their shit because they didn't have like it's all like literal physical film.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, the movie is 3 hours, but it's interesting all the way through.
I'll have to try and watch it.
It's pretty 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10 for me. And like I just clicked on the movie randomly, like I think a few weeks ago.
Okay.
And I sat through the whole thing and like, holy fuck.
100% support that. That's how I ended up with a DVD collection the way I have it is because I don't buy brand new DVDs unless I really enjoy the movie. Like Joker, I went out, definitely bought it because I just loved it so much, and I literally waited. Dune and like the Batman, those were like the other two that I bought brand new. All the other ones, I go to the Goodwill, I check the DVD, make sure it's fine, and then I bring it home, and then I've either seen it and I've wanted this DVD, or I've never heard of it, never seen it. These actors are in it. I'm gonna watch it. Like,
Yeah.
like what the hell, you know?
I think it's so cool that you do that because I think it's funny that Blockbuster closed down because I think they do so good right now.
Right.
Like I feel like there's a lot of I don't know. There's something about going out to find a movie.
That's what I've been wanting to do lately. Is I've stopped watching trailers for movies, so I just kind of want to, when I get the chance to, I want to just go to a movie theater, pick a name out, and just watch it.
Mm-hmm.
That's my next idea. I tried it with Cocaine Bear. I didn't watch the trailer, and I feel like I enjoyed it 100 times more than if I had watched the trailer then went and saw it.
I don't watch trailers anymore.
Yeah.
I look at actors. I look at like I read like like a small part of the summary.
Yeah.
And be like, okay, that's
cool. All you
maybe
need.
Maybe even like maybe just see the cover of it and be like, okay,
yeah,
cool. Most likely gonna like it.
Because trailers, they either don't give enough, or they give too much. You know what I mean? Like, oh, okay, that's a good trailer. I didn't feel like it was spoiled. And then there's some movies like what's his name? Sheldon from freaking Big Bang Theory. He has that one
Yeah, I know.
gay romance movie. You watch the trailer for it, and it's just like, I've watched the whole movie now. This 2-minute trailer, I've seen the whole story, and now I know the outcome. I know the end. It's just like any other romance comedy, which is fine, but it's just like,
I've always found trailers like
give
whether it's a good trailer or not. I always found them kind of cringy because they're all essentially the same, just with the intense like sound effects that they add, and when like the tension scenes and like, oh, this thing happens. It's
New
like
York best movie or something like that.
Yeah.
New York bestseller type.
Bestseller.
These critics said certified fresh. Yeah.
I was like, I was on my toes the whole time. Like from this critic, like I don't really give a shit.
I'd rather just go see the movie.
I'd rather see the movie because there's a lot of people. There's a lot of movies that I've seen that a lot of people really hate. And I'm like, that was a really good movie.
People shout on The Machine. Burt Kreischer's movie. Have you seen that?
The Machine?
Have you heard of Burt Kreischer, the comedian?
Yeah, yeah.
And you know the Machine story.
Oh wait.
The Machine.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, he made the movie, it was in theaters for a short time, and then a lot of people were just shitting on it. Like Rotten Tomatoes is one of the biggest ones.
Okay, I don't even know how to grasp the concept of Rotten Tomatoes.
It's a review site that started off with well-intentioned, and then they got so big and so like everyone started paying more and more and more attention to it, to where now they're just been bought out, and people don't realize that. People still look to Rotten Tomatoes as if it has some kind of good biasy or knows exactly what's.
I can't look at movie reviews because it's like music at the same like. There's so many people who like, that's the hard part about being in the metal scene.
Mm-hmm.
Is that there's so many people who genuinely like, they hear somebody scream and they're like, no, don't like this.
Yeah.
No, can't do that.
Yeah.
Nope, those guitars are too heavy for me. This music's too aggressive. Like, okay, well, there's a lot of other people who think
it's perfect.
It is the best thing they've ever heard.
Yeah, we've had people come up to us and be like, "I never listened to this music," and wow, like this is the first time I've enjoyed it, and we're like, wow, like not to toot our own horn, but it's just like, oh, that's pretty cool that we got one person who normally doesn't listen to this, or at least they say they've never listened to it or didn't care for it, and then they enjoy it. So it's just like, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, and I think it's just interesting that like people that they value the art reviews so much. I get like reviewing a business, reviewing a restaurant.
That makes 100% sense.
That makes sense because if they make shitty food,
I ate there and I started shitting and puking for 3 weeks. Well, I know not to eat.
Yeah,
there.
exactly. But it's like I listen to music and I didn't really like it that much. And like, okay, well, I'm probably might because it's the genre that I listen to.
It's
and it's like it's more niche, like you just know. Like there's people who don't like a song, and there's people who will be probably at least a few people who will be hypnotized by how good the song is.
When they say comedy is subjective, it's only subjective to the person. You're not gonna like, if you don't like dark comedy, like more than likely you and I do. then you're not gonna like what Louis C.K. says, or like Daniel
Yeah.
Tosh, or any of the Jim Jeffries or Jimmy Carr. You're not gonna like
Mhm.
it. But if you like
Jimmy Carr's, dude.
right,
I started watching him pretty recently.
oh, he's hilarious.
Kind of recently. I think it wasn't the last couple of years. I just been like looking up clips of him, and that guy is, he is, he's good at, uh, I guess the words that I can think of, like response comedy, like when a heckler comes
Mhm.
up and starts something, he's like so immediate, like he immediately has responses to
That's
people that are
years of
yelling at it.
practice.
Like
That's the
he's
funny
so
thing.
fucking good at it,
Yeah.
and it always makes the show better. If you can have a heckler and the heckler actually makes you make the show better, then I think you've pretty much made it in comedy, because that's not easy.
Yeah. It's heckling is not fun. Being the person who's been heckled before, yes, it's not fun.
What do you think of Matt Rife?
Oh, he's fun. He's good.
He's good.
Yeah,
I like him.
I like a lot of his stuff.
He blew up really fast.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I imagine he's had his like fair share of like. It took some time, but
Yeah, I've seen old clips of him. He got his teeth redone. He got he like his old haircut. Like he was not a good looking guy before.
Yeah, so if you take comedians like that and then like show it to someone who doesn't listen to that, like they're not gonna enjoy it. They're gonna be like, "Well, this isn't funny. None of this is funny." It's like,
Yeah.
well, no, to you,
Yeah.
to you, it's not funny. To me, it's hilarious. Sam Kinison having a bit about what was it? The gay necrophiliacs. Have you heard this bit?
Mm-mm.
It's based. This is bit is from the 90s, but basically there were like these gay necrophiliacs going to all these morgues, and they were paying the mortician so much money to have sex with the dead bodies, right? And so it's just his whole
The
bit.
gay dead bodies.
Yeah, well, they're dead. They've now become gay. So the whole bit is basically him being like, "Can you imagine being dead? You're just laying there on the table, being like, well, this was life. I had a great life. I had a wife and kids, and then what's going on? What? Oh my God, someone's fucking me in the ass. It never ends. It never ends. Like that's his whole bit.
Oh,
was just
okay.
like
Yeah,
imagine being that dead body, and then all of a sudden like I'm at peace. I'm done. Why is there? Oh my God, there's someone on me now. Having and that's funny. But to someone else, it's not going to be funny. So it's just like, it's the same thing with movies. You don't know who that reviewer is. You don't know what they think, what their biases are, their opinions on things. You don't know anything about this person, and you're trusting them more than like maybe your friends or families that actually know you. You know?
You know what? You know what might be the great equalizer of all this? Comment sections.
Yeah.
I think, so like I'm on TikTok, I'm on Instagram, I'm on whatever. The comment sections are almost more entertaining than the initial videos.
Yeah.
Because people come up with first of all, yeah, they come up with funny shit, but also, like, do you know what being ratioed is?
No, I can't say I've heard this.
Being ratioed is when you post a video, someone disagrees with you, and then you come up with a comeback replying to their comment, but your comeback gets more liked.
Okay.
So you out ratioed, so you won like pretty much
that argument.
Yeah, so like they commented and they get chat on, and then they have to delete their comment. It's called being ratioed.
Oh my God. I love it.
Yeah, it's perfect.
It's basically what Jimmy Carr does to hecklers.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the same.
Exactly.
All right.
Imagine if restaurants, like,
movies,
if everything had like a comment section, and you could see like, instead of having reviews, it was like sections where you could actually like have people, oh, I like that comment, I relate to that comment, and
other people
do. The top comment, the most relatable comment, will be at the top, and that will be the most accurate review.
Mm-hmm.
That will be the defined. It would define what the restaurant is all about.
Right.
Instead of, like, I mean, it's kind of like that, but they don't, like, you know how comment sections have like the most liked at the top.
Yeah.
And all the like random shit that's not liked
on
at
the
the
bottom.
Yeah. If things were organized that way, with like say with Amazon products, or with just everything in general,
I mean,
I feel like you'd have a way better idea of what you're getting into. Or at least, even for the creator, they'd be like, oh, this is what everybody actually thinks, is like this specific comment.
Right.
Like, it would, I feel like it'd shape everything a bit better and make everything a little bit more, everything run a little bit smoother when it comes to people being like, I can't believe that person said that. Why did I show up to this show? Or like, I don't know, just all that.
I try to sort things out with the most recent whenever I like look at reviews.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is the most recent thing? Especially if I'm buying a product. It's like 5 years ago, this person said it's amazing, and then like you go to most recent, like this actual product shit. It's like
But imagine if there was a most liked comment.
Yeah, I know.
You could be like, okay, 5,000 people liked this one thing that said it was shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna
That's
be shit.
A little bit better.
It tells you exactly what you need to know.
That's why I try to like go down further and see like how many people kind of said the same, close to the same thing as that person. Like I bought, I smoke cigars every so often, and so I bought like a little travel cigar humidor thing. And this one guy gave it a bad review mainly because he bought it. He's like, it was great, it worked. I stored it away, and when I went to go retrieve it after a year or two of not knowing where it was or wherever he fucking put it, it was broken. I'm like, well, it sounds like you stored it somewhere shitly.
Yeah.
And broke it, and now you're, for some reason, giving them a bad review. I bought the damn thing. I've had it for almost a year or two now, and it's fine. It's like, well, this guy fucking doesn't know what he's talking about. You kind of just have to like weed through it, you know. Same thing with the reviews, but I only
Netflix should have a comment section.
That would be great.
That would be fantastic.
Yeah, but I only read reviews after I watch the movie, just so I can laugh at them. Cause I'd like,
that's a fair way to put it.
It's way more fun, especially like with reviews. But I like what you're saying with the comments. It would be way different. But with reviews, it's always fun to go watch the movie. And if you really like enjoyed it, and you go read the shitty.
Yeah. Okay. So after now, just because like. Honestly, if there was comment sections on Netflix, that'd be the first thing I would look at. Realistically, I'd be like, all right, what's... But, I think... Well, yeah, now, like, after I watch a movie, I'm like, holy shit, that was good.
Yeah.
Or like, oh my god, that was a shitty-ass movie.
Right.
Like, that made me feel like shit just sitting here and spending an hour and a half watching it.
Reviews and trivia are the two things.
Yeah, I'll just go, like, on YouTube and look up, oh, my review on this, and I'll just look at the comments. I'll scroll the comments, like, and there'll just be like that one part of the movie that everybody will be commenting on and be like, yes, thank you, oh my god, it was so ass. Like,
yeah, I agree. Finally, someone who agrees with me.
Yeah, just like when I put myself through the trauma of watching a really shitty movie and spending the time to actually finish it, I'm gonna find some people who agree with me.
Yeah. I would say that about Nothing But Trouble. It's a bad movie, but it's a gem. And it's a great movie in the sense that you can make fun of it, and it's so weird, and the idea of it is just like it's fucking ridiculous.
You know what that makes me think of?
Huh?
Monty Python.
Well, Monty Python's amazing. Yeah.
Oh my god! Wait, what's the?
A fart in your general direction.
I was looking at that.
Yeah.
Wait, so it was
The Holy Grail.
Holy Grail, yeah.
Life of Brian, Holy Grail, and the Meaning of Life was the last one that they did.
I've only seen the Holy Grail.
Oh, dude.
I need
Meaning
to watch
of Life is amazing.
Really?
Yeah. Well, that's amazing because it's very weird and very different. Like very different. But Life of Brian is basically this villager. It becomes like the prophet of Jesus in a way. Like that's how they see him. And so like there's this one scene where he starts getting all these followers, and he's like, I don't want this. And they're like, what should we do? He's all like, fuck off. It's like, how should we fuck off, sir? It's like, oh my god, yeah. It's so funny. But
dude, like,
I saw that in middle school, and I loved it ever since.
I mean, I've never been able to get over them pretending to gallop on horses. With the fucking coconuts.
Yeah.
Or the rocks, or whatever the fuck they were using.
It was coconuts, yeah. In one of the special features of the DVDs, they tried to market the coconuts. You can now buy the coconuts.
Oh, the speechers.
Yeah. Fuck you. Yeah, special features. Yeah,
when they
of
were
the DVD.
when they were throwing the animals off the top of the castle to get them to leave.
All right, so what's the plan? Well, we're gonna jump out of the. We're all gonna be there. They're all gonna fall asleep, and then we're gonna jump out, and then we're gonna be in the castle. Who's gonna be in there? You, me. Oh, okay. So this is what we built, and then all of a sudden they start throwing out. Yeah, that seems great.
When they find the evil rabbit, they're like, "What do we use?" Like, "Oh, the holy hand grenade."
The holy hand grenade of Antronox. Yeah. Yes.
Oh my god.
The bunny rabbit. That fucking. Yeah.
I watched that movie with my ex, and she's not into comedy at all. Like, have you met anybody like that who's just
Yes.
genuinely not like,
Yes.
like, I can't do comedy, can't do stand up, hate it. It's really cringy to me. I'm like, let me show you a couple things.
Let me
If
let's
you
try
laugh, then
something.
fuck you.
Yeah.
Like, you like comedy then. So she laughed at
Yeah.
Monty Python, and I was like, thank God.
Yeah.
And it was the scene of the holy hand grenade.
God, yeah, no, especially because, like, I mean, I've only ever really done open mics, but I always try to, like, my biggest thing is trying to get someone to laugh, and so, like, sometimes it's just, like, it comes out, some stupid idea or something like that, and so if I can get that person to laugh, it makes me happy a little bit, because it's just like,
Yeah.
I got you.
I had a stand-up script written for myself
Oh, boy.
just to try. And it started with me shitting on people who eat wet burritos.
Yeah. I'm down. No.
Which I never really understood. Like, it's a genuine thing I actually wanted to say. It's
Yeah.
not even to be funny. I'm like, why?
Why?
Because, like, I'll go to, like, Yolanda's or something, or, like, a genuine Mexican restaurant, and they'll be like, would you like your burrito wet or dry? I'm like, dry. I don't want my burrito to be something I have to eat with a fucking fork.
Yeah.
It's covered in sauce and cheese, and it dries, and you can't even, like, get into it. Like, I want to pick up my burrito and eat it.
Yeah.
So I think anybody who eats burritos wet is a fucking psycho. Why would you do that to yourself?
Why would you want to do that? I guess. Yeah, that's an interesting concept. But yeah,
that's how I always imagined I would start. Well, that's at least how I did imagine I would start the show off.
Yeah, and then you'd eat a bag of dicks and realize, oh fuck, and then you like want to do it again.
Yeah,
that's the dumbest thing. Is like, because I tried it finally, and I ate a bag of dicks. I think I got like a few chuckles here and there, and then just like afterwards, I'm like, yeah, I knew I wanted to try and do this, and so I would do open mics. I've gotten heckled. I had a lady cry over a joke I made, and
really?
Yeah,
oh my god,
cry, not throw a chair, but pretty much at Music Freaks, she picked up the chair in front of her and kind of like tossed it, and that escorted her out of the building, and she wanted me to go debate with her on what's funny, which we debated on stage about. It's a dumb joke. I don't even say it anymore, but yeah.
Can I hear it?
Nah, it's.
Can I please hear it? I would really like to hear it.
It's really funny because not only did I say it on stage, I said it before I even did stand up, and I would say it. It was like something I would say to people, just different band members and stuff. And the bit was basically.
Was it more of an inside joke before it turned into stand up?
No, it's an actual.
Oh, okay.
It was a topical thing at the time.
Oh,
it's not so topical anymore, I guess. It's. So fucking stupid. Anyways, it was kind of like an opener for me, and so I would say, you know, I play drums in a band, so you could say I hit things professionally, unlike Chris Brown.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, no,
that was good.
I would get the laughs. I tried it with like people around me. I did it with my band. I did it with other bands. I would say to some people. It was just like, and then people who would help us like load in stuff. I'd be like, oh, you know, I play drums. You know, I hit things professionally. I'm like Chris Brown, and then people would like laugh. I'm like, oh man, that'd be funny to say on stage. And so it eventually evolved to where I tried an open
How
mic.
did she not think that was funny?
Well,
because you're making fun of somebody who does actually beat women.
Yeah, and it's fucked up, and he's still nothing has happened to him. He still makes albums. He's still out there doing shit.
Fucking great.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just like, why are you getting mad at me when you could be like making a whole platform about getting this person in jail, which he should be in jail, or at least not being able to record as an artist.
Yeah.
Either way. But there was also an added thing because at the time, Snapchat did a Would You Rather. And I guess a lot of people didn't catch it.
Did it go from, would you rather be hit by Chris Brown or blank?
Would you rather? Snapchat literally came out and said it had the game. Would you rather? And one of the things was, would you rather hit? Would you rather hit Chris Brown or Rihanna or something like that? It
Oh my god!
Yeah, it had
That's
Rihanna in it.
fucked.
I swear to God. And I heard about this. I saw this. I had that joke already. I'm like, oh, that's perfect. And so I added that part into it. And I said, yeah, it sounds like Snapchat wants a UFC fight. Like, let's bring them into the octagon, get them some formal training. My money's on her, you know. That was basically the whole joke. And so I said it at I said it at Music Freaks. People laughed. She didn't laugh. We debated on what's funny and what's not funny. And then
Well, I would have just told her to leave.
Basically,
I mean, you gotta, like, at that point, if there's the one person who doesn't laugh, and they're like, no, that's not funny, then you're like, okay, then fucking leave. Like, you don't have to be here and listen to my shit.
Yeah, well, exactly. That's basically what was said to her by everyone else. Which is
Yeah.
like, look,
Like, just leave. You're ruining everybody else's time, too.
She did try telling Brett, like, hey, he can't be making fun of it. He can't do that. And then he's like, look, this is his act. If he said something completely, like, outrageous, like the N-word or, like, something very racist, and it wasn't, you know what I mean? Like, obviously, there's that, like, if Jacob was up there saying some shit that I knew was off the line and not getting laughs, and it sounds more like I should have the white hood on and be like, let's burn some crosses, and yeah, I'm gonna kick him off the stage.
Yeah.
We don't want that here.
Yeah.
And neither do I want to do any of that.
Is Brett still owns Rock City?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brett and Ann. Yeah, they're still there.
Brett and Ann. Wow.
And,
that's crazy.
And they changed the name to Music Freaks now.
I knew that was like 3 years ago.
And now they have a store and they have more lesson rooms, so they've like expanded that whole area.
I heard they're opening up the stage again.
I mean, it's mainly open mics and it's not really bands. So
I think did they lose their sound guy?
Who? Michael?
I think.
I mean, he shows up every so often, but no, it's just them and whoever.
Are they really making more money with lessons than they were with shows?
The whole debate of pay to play came out, and people started shitting on pay to play, and was like, we shouldn't go to Rock City anymore. And so then that just like basically killed them and them trying to support the local scene.
Well, okay, that's the thing,
that whole exploded, and it's just like for us in Disrupted, we were like, hey, we've spent thousands of dollars everywhere else. Look, Rock City has like the lowest.
My thing with that is there's options. So there's sell tickets, which makes Rock City money.
Yeah.
Or you can pay to play.
Yeah.
And those are the two options.
Well,
if you have fans and you have friends and you have a fan base, it shouldn't be that hard to pull off.
Yeah.
I mean, oh my God. God forbid the 5 people in your band have to pull out $20 out of their pockets to pay for $120.
It's very disheartening that everyone shat on them when they had the lowest of like, what was it, like $150 that you would have to pay to play there technically.
Mm-hmm.
But it was like, it was low, and then they gave you so many tickets that you only had to make that $150.
It wasn't even that many tickets to sell for Rock City too.
And just as well, like every band had that same cap. They all had that same money, like the same cap basically to have to go down. And just as well as they gave you so many more tickets that whatever you make after you've already need to give us, it's your money. Just as well as we're letting you sell your merch here without any cut. Like Whiskey a Go-Go, we've played there numerous times, and they come around and be like, okay, you owe us this much money, and we're like, okay, cool, great.
And there's a reason that place is still popping off is because that system does work well.
Yeah.
And I mean, you
see that there's a vast difference between what Music Freaks was doing, or Rock City, or whatever you want to call them now, was doing compared to like the other venues. It's like they were way more nicer to the local scene than anywhere else.
Yeah. And the fact that people were arguing it so hard that they stopped doing shows is such a bummer. And that might really inspire me to just talk to Brett.
Well, I mean, he'll put on a show, like, if you talk to him and you're...
But, like a serious show. Not like, oh, everybody gets a little 30-minute set. And,
right.
No, like a full setup with the bigger bands that are in the scene.
Right.
And really get everybody there and make it how it was 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Because they were making good money at the time. There was a reason they didn't close down at the time. But after Half Past stopped playing shows and other bands started closing down, they kind of...
Oh, yeah. Like, pretty much it all like was a domino effect. Like
It was a domino effect.
we saw it ourselves, being like a lot of the bands were like in their 5th or 6th year, being like, well, we're not a band anymore, and we're like, oh shit, what happened? And then just like there was that, and then there was that whole pay to play debate that just started like getting bigger and bigger and bigger, which was just like, guys, you're debating on something that's like you have no idea what pay to play is. And your example is Music Freaks or Rock City at the time. That was like a lot of people's thing was like, well, you know, blah, blah. It's like, first off, Brett doesn't want to do alcohol sales. He wants to keep it all kids, all ages.
There's a bar right next to the fucking place, dude.
And that's his biggest point. And he's all like, if you want to drink, go over there. You know, but we want to keep this open for everyone because everyone should come and enjoy your music just as well as I'm letting you sell merch here, as well as I'm letting you, you know, like have a cut in our pre-sales that we're making.
Yeah, they're allowing you, like, if you sell more tickets, if you sell 15 plus, then you're making money now.
Yeah, exactly.
All you have to do is advertise, and it's not that hard.
And since a lot of us, since we had jobs pretty much, we're at that age and we all had jobs or had an income, we would just pay them forward and then just like, oh, okay, whatever we make now is like what we've already gave Roxy, then now we're making profit or whatever. Yeah. That was like how we did it, and that's how I've always done it. I would always just like, well, here's my share, and then I would just give out tickets sometimes, you know, just like here you go, here you guys go. There, I already paid, you know, I already paid my fair share of whatever tickets I'm supposed to sell. So here you go, and that's how easy it was. And if you can't do that, and then it also comes into question, how much are you willing to invest in this band? Are you really willing to invest?
That does come into play.
That's the thing I never understand about these people who are like so anti pay to play. It's just like, okay, so let me get this straight. I bought the drum set, or I bought the guitar, I bought the lessons, I bought the strings, I bought all this stuff. I'm paying for gas.
You spent hours practicing.
I've dedicated myself. This is my art. I want to go do this. We wrote the songs, and now we want to go play shows. Oh, wait, no, but I don't want to, no. But I'm going to buy stickers for my band that have our name on it. I'm going to buy, you know, the CDs for it. I'm going to do all this merch stuff. I'm willing to spend that much. But when it comes to a venue wanting to advertise my name, put it on a billboard like the Whiskey does, or do any of those things, that's where I stop. I will not spend that much money.
Which is literally the most important.
Yeah.
Like there's stickers, yeah. There's all that, but that's what you sell at the fucking shows. So if you're spending money on stickers, merch, and all this other shit, you're wasting it by not just spending a couple extra bucks on shows.
Yeah.
Like you would sell all that shit if you just really if you're practicing as much as
be broke.
Yeah.
Eat rice for a fucking week.
Yeah.
If you really want your music out there, then fucking commit. Don't be like half foot in, half foot out. You know, you could play your free shows, and I'm sure you'll probably get noticed, especially now with social media. That's fair. You know, that's cool. That's great. Free shows are great. I love them just as much as the next guy.
Yeah.
But am I saying that I'm going to get there anywhere faster if I do pay to play? No. But I'm saying that at least it shows a little bit more commitment, I think, than just being like on this side of, oh, well, look at Rock City Studios. It's like, dude, we've paid thousands of dollars for the Whiskey A Go or Chain Reaction or stuff like that for the smallest, shittiest shows for 5 people to show out. But hey, Disrupted went out to fucking Apple Valley. Disrupted went to Bakersfield. Even if we only played to like 6 people.
Dude, okay, look, yeah.
Those 6 people now know our name, and now we're more out there a little bit than we were.
Look,
right?
The reason I was so dedicated to Half Pass is we got the show in fucking Arizona at a bar.
There we go.
We all got in a fucking 90s van, rented a U-Haul, drove 7 hours to this bar, showed up and it was 115 degrees, played the show at this bar in front of 4 people, and drove home. Fuck y'all for not just fucking paying and playing.
Dude, and then if you like take a second to look either at my wall or any other band or look up any other band, they've all had to do this. Would we like this to change? Yeah. Are we the ones that can probably make it change? I'm sure. But that takes time and effort, and you have to literally actually be more vocal about it. If you want Spotify to pay you guys, us, as artists, to actually give us a wage instead of like 0.00001, then actually come out there and say it. If you want venues to stop taking merch cuts, then we have to be the ones to come out and say it more. We're going to have our hands in it, unfortunately, but that's how it works.
And the other thing is,
no one's going to listen to you unless you just, sorry.
The other thing is like, first of all, that road trip was great. I had a great time because they're all my best friends at the time. But you're not going to be playing shows in Arizona or out of state if you're not paying to play shows in your local area.
Yeah.
You're not going to expand your name. If you're only getting free shows, you're not going to expand. Yeah, you can look back and like, oh, early 2000s, people were being paid to play shows. Yeah, that's before Spotify. That's before all this other shit. It's different, and you have to accept it. You have to pay to play shows. That's the only way it's going to work.
Again, no local band, even Disrupted, should not be getting paid to play any show because we're local. We're still starting out.
Yeah.
Sure, we have 7 years of experience, and I would humbly accept any payment that we've gotten in those 7 years, which we've gotten paid here and there. Amazing. I love it. That's gas and food for us,
Yeah.
Just like anything else. But it's also the case of you're not known. And for the first beginning years, we had family and friends showing up. And that's just like us being adults having a talent show.
That reminds me. The two out of the 5 people who were at the Arizona show were my parents.
Yeah, of course.
So, pay to play.
You gotta pay to play, and unfortunately, as starting out, I'll say it to anyone, it's just like, you really shouldn't be getting paid. We shouldn't be playing 3-hour shows, but we did it, and that was just the long haul of it. It's just like, you have to learn these things, and you get better at it. And then once you get better, now you're playing those stadium shows that you see Motley Crue, AC/DC, Tool, all of them now play. It's just like they weren't there before. Yeah. Just like we have to. They've paid thousands of dollars to this venue. They did all that.
I think the difference between a lot of bands, obviously, is dedication. But part of that dedication is like, once a week should be fine. If you want to be tight, if you want to be anything that is close to solid, you should be practicing 6 hours a week, at least, split into 2 days. Because a 6-hour session is not going to do you good, because after the third hour, you're going to be exhausted.
Right.
You need to split it up into multiple days of practice a week. Whether it's 2 days or 3 days, it could be 2 hours a day, 3 days, or 3 hours a day for 2 days. That's what you should do.
Yeah, we did, when we first started out, we were like doing probably, it felt like, because we had the open mic, we had the 3 hours, and then we had practice. So we would have practice, we'd have the 3-hour show, then we'd have the open mic. So it was just like, we kept doing that for weeks and weeks and months and months and months. And then it came to a point to where we're not playing 8 hours anymore. Rock City's having us on so much, and we can't make the Wednesday show, so we dropped that off. We got kicked out of Rock and Roll Pizza, so we stopped doing that. We did...
Wait,
Where the Rock and Roll Pizza place, we got kicked out.
You got kicked out, or they closed down?
They literally kicked us off.
Why?
The stage
because we were too loud. Oh, okay.
Yeah. There was a video of the owner yelling at us on YouTube. I don't know where it is. I think what's his name? He was in Yesterday Child. I think Shaky. Do you remember Jack Shaky Creel?
I never met him.
No? Okay, yeah. He happened to see us there when we played our last open mic there. And I think he may have been the one, or someone in that group may have just caught it and just it was just audio that you mainly hear is just the owner yelling at us, and that floated around the scene a little bit. And people were like, well, we're not playing there anymore. And we were like, ooh, no, you guys don't understand. Unfortunately for them, they have to tell us that.
Yeah.
It sucks for the venue because, they were nice people. the MC there, GM Ford Steven, he was like so cool. And everyone there was so nice to us. The food was great. The bar was great. I didn't drink because I was like 19 at the time, but still, it was just like everything there was so cool. And it was a nice venue, even though it was a tin can. It was just like, you guys don't understand. Like, unfortunately, they were getting drowned in lawsuits over this one old lady across the street. And he wouldn't be yelling at us if it wasn't for that lady. You know, so there is a different side to it than there was.
That's just
that
so absurd to me.
But that goes for everything. That's why it's just like there's always another side that we're not seeing and not understanding. And so until both sides come out, then we'll never know. You know what I mean?
It's just, it's crazy that just like the mental state of an old lady, just one person across the street, who could have like put some heavy curtains up.
It's
like,
yeah.
Could have solved it so fast and didn't have to take down an entire business, most likely family business, and probably ruin some people's lives.
I've
just
gotten
because
the cops called here just because of band practice. But yeah.
Do you guys practice in the garage?
We used to, yeah.
Is your drum set here?
You're looking at it.
Oh shit.
Yeah, there were some of them are in the cases. I have like, yeah.
Oh, dude,
I practice in here now.
Your setup is much nicer than mine.
It's a DW. You have a PDP, don't you?
I have a PDP. I don't have cases, and my drum set's 9 years old.
Mine's 6 years old. I want to.
Yeah, I'm at the point with my drum set where I'm like, it's just, it's a little banged up. It's got its little scratches. It's got its wear.
I like yours because it's all white. I've always liked that.
Yeah, me too. I've always like. My truck's white. I just like.
You're white. Your truck's white.
I'm white.
Oh man, everything has to be. Oh wait a minute, I need to rethink.
Wait. But
and that's the end of Mr. Lipstock shit. No.
No, I've always wanted like a natural, maybe stained maple kit.
Right.
Like where it's the actual grain of the wood, or something like, or like a very specific design that I drew up myself.
I have an idea for a design.
I think because when I bought my drum set 9 years ago, I was 14.
Yeah.
No, 15.
Probably.
So I'm like, I'm just gonna go with white because it's such a neutral. It looks clean. Hardware is starting to get a little rusty. I'm gonna have to. I really want to just take my entire drum set apart, clean it all up, and spend an entire day just detailing the shit out of it. Do you know what's crazy? I bought a cymbal 3 weeks ago. The next practice after that, I broke it.
What brand do you use? Or
Sabian.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Because I normally have that problem with Zildjian. That's why I stopped buying Zildjian cymbals. I fucking hate them. I
don't hate them because that never happens.
Yeah, that's
that fair. Was the first time that ever happened. It was the fast crash. I think $279 I spent on it. But since it's been less than 40 days, I asked Guitar Center, I'm like, when can I get my what's it called? Not insurance. It's what's it called?
Refund.
Fucking when you're able to you spend an extra $50 to come back and get a new one.
Yeah.
Whatever that word is, I'm blanking on it.
Why am I blanking on
it? Fuck. It's. It's.
You just shit your pants. Well, that's the end of Mr. Lips talk shit.
Actually, I just.
Fuck, what's it called? Not insurance.
Not insurance.
It's covered though.
Coverage? No.
Warranty.
That's what it fucking is. Yeah. Yes.
This is why we're drummers, by the way. We're
fucking dumb.
Dumbasses. Oh, fuck.
No, but they're like, you have 40 days or 45 days to renew this. So I'm going to go to the Guitar Center. I'm going to pay $50 and be like, cool, thanks. Going to come back the next day. Yeah, it broke. Give me a new one.
Smart.
A lot of or I could just do it at the same time. What the fuck are they going to do?
Yeah, a lot of people
They're like, oh, you didn't pay for it. Like, yeah, I just did.
You
have to give me it.
You have to, yeah.
I might just get a new one because now I have more money than I did when I bought that cymbal. So
you've had the same kit for 9 years. I've had mine for 6. at least.
The same kit. I've changed symbols and gone with different ideas. I've had different multiple layouts that I've fucked with, and I've taken out toms. I've switched up the setup a lot.
Yeah.
Chris Turner.
Sounds familiar.
Chris Turner. He drums for Ocean's 8 Alaska. I think he's one of the most insane drummers in the world in modern metal at the moment.
Okay.
Absolutely insane. A lot of his setup is it's really low. So when he's sitting, his cymbals are probably at shoulder height, equal to his shoulder, and they're like kind of right above his toms that are kind of elbow height.
I know what you're talking about.
So everything's just kind of like laid out right in front of him. Instead of things being so high and showy, it's very just quick, and like he can do anything he has to within just like a quarter of a second. He's just like there. It's just so quick, and everything's so tight. And it's such a good way to preserve energy, especially if you're playing technical things.
Yeah.
Is setting up things just a bit differently, just to, like, if you're playing things that are very energy consuming, just to acclimate and adjust things to really level out that balance of how far you need to reach for things and how hard, like how much muscles you need just to even have your arm up for so long. Even if your cymbal, even if you weren't hitting your cymbal, holding your arm up for that long I can feel it in like right here.
Yeah.
Like you can feel the muscles you're using. But if you're holding your arm like that, or just like this next to you,
right,
and your cymbal's right here, it's way less energy.
Yeah. Weirdly enough, I think like I don't know how old I was, but like my dad found like this bag when he worked at Rite Aid full of like these how-to drum videos that someone just like he found it in the parking lot, and he's like, "What the fuck?" And so he brought it home. He's like, "I'm gonna have to like take this to the police or like whatever." And I'm like, "Oh, can I?" And so I watched it, and I was like a little kid, and I've always, for some reason, it's kept in my head. One of the things that the guy said, I don't know who the hell it was like when you're drumming, you shouldn't have to like really overextend. You should always have that. And so that's what I've always had in my head was like you shouldn't have to overextend.
Your arm shouldn't be straight.
Yeah.
Let's say, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. And so I've always kept that with me. And that's like the one lesson I had that no one else has ever told me to do. And so just like that, and then I always had the idea of like, what if the lights went out? Or what if like shit happens, the power goes out, and I'm drumming and I can't see? So a lot of the times, especially if I'm on someone else's kit or I'm on a house kit and everything's kind of weird, or it's not the setup I'm used to, I will sit down, get my cymbals kind of close to where I'd like them, and I will just go like this, close my eyes, and like try to do like a pattern, and then like do this.
I think a good rule of thumb is having everything on your drum set lower than your forehead.
Yeah.
Or basically at your eye line or lower.
Right.
Because if it's right there, okay, it's like, it's not too high, not too low. It's like right there.
Mm-hmm.
If you're sitting up straight, it's pretty much perfect. You can go lower, like if you need to be even more efficient, but I mean like, that's really if you're doing just like insanely technical stuff where you have to be super quick and accurate. But like, eye line is pretty ideal, or like just lower than your eye line, like right in this area where you can like see a little bit over your cymbals, is really good, especially because if you're in the back of the stage, people can also see you more.
Right.
I think having your cymbals high is cool because you can just like flail more and it looks more theatrical, I guess. It has more of a movement to it. Maybe it looks more entertaining to the audience, but I don't think it's the most efficient way to do it. And you can also look pretty entertaining without it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I have the three cymbals I have here. I have like the ride. So I have my rack tom here and have like my ride here. It's kind of like just flat. And then above that, I have like a small Meinl 16-inch, and then right next to that, I kind of describe it singular rising the bar. Have you ever seen those commercials?
Mm-mm.
It's an old cell phone commercial. Their biggest thing was like rising the bar, and so like each commercial had like a bar for each of your cell phone things, right? And so there would be like a guy with a cast, and then there would be like a bar of books or something like that. It's singular, raising the bar. Mm-hmm. So that's how I always describe it. So I have that there, then I have one just a little bit higher, and then I have the China like right up here, which is still like good enough for
my
me.
China is low.
Yeah.
My China is as low as my ride, so I have my.
Mine's not super high, but it's right there at least, and I have it good enough away to where I'm not like overextended.
What China do you use?
I have I got it for free. Sabian, it's like 21-inch.
Is it the Holy China?
No, it's God, I don't remember.
So
what is the name of it? It's in that case. I'll show you afterwards.
So my favorite China that I've been using forever.
I actually have two of them.
Since
it's loud as fuck. It cuts through everyone. Sorry. Continue.
Since the beginning of Half Past, because that's actually what the first time I bought a China was because I started playing for Half Past. I'm like, oh, I need something for heavy music.
Right.
So I started with the Holy China, which happened to be so good. Because a lot of other Chinas that are solid that don't have holes in it tend to be very like, they have a lot of resonance that like, if you know anything about frequencies, 4K frequency is the harshest to the ears. I can tell. It's just with those Chinas, there's a lot of resonant. I don't know. There's something about those Chinas that I'm like, it doesn't.
Can't.
I like more. I guess the best way to say it, I like more washy Chinas.
Okay.
Ones that just are more like shh instead of, you know.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I guess that's the only way to explain it. Yeah. But yeah, I guess the way I set up my drum set, I used to have my hi-hat really low, like literally only like 2 or 3 inches above my snare, which makes no sense.
Yeah.
I guess I don't know. My hand movement just worked with it, I guess, but now I have mine probably like 6 inches, 7 inches above it. I have one tom here, one tom here. And actually, my low tom is a pretty small. It's pretty small for a low tom, so it just makes it a little bit more tight. And I just have one cymbal, one splash, right here, right next to my tom. My main crash cymbal that I use for pretty much just any chorus or whatever.
Yeah.
And then my China, which is pretty much at the same height as my ride. And it's flat.
Okay.
And it has like this edge that goes over it, so it's really satisfying to hit when it's flat.
Right.
So instead of having it like up here where you have to hit like that corner edge,
yeah,
when it's flat and almost even you can even have it facing away from you, it makes it really satisfying to hit.
Yeah. See, I keep mine pretty much flat. It's just higher up a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's
just not
something about hitting it like just like that edge of the China is really.
I've seen drummers where like they have it and it's like spurling around and shit like that. I've seen drummers where they have it like where it's like diagonal almost, or like, you know, like it's more out this way instead of flat like you're saying. So
how do you tighten? How much do you tighten your cymbals?
It's a good question. Not so much. Maybe like what I'm using right now is the Sabian one, like the 18-inch one. Maybe a little bit more, but not too much, not too crazy. Just as long as it's on there and stuff like that, and I can get a good like kind of a ride more feel to it. That's what I use to do that. And if it goes to shit, at least I have this one, and I can go like that, you know.
Yeah.
Or recently I've used my ride more as a crash, because I like the newer ride that I've gotten than the one I used to use that I still use. Since I've been in this band, that came out of a pack, a 3-pack.
The ride that I'm using now is the original ride I bought with the drum set.
Really? Wow. Yeah. My original drum set, the first one I've ever had, was some no name. I have no clue what it was. And then my dad got me the Pearl Sound Export Series one. It was like a 5-piece. And then after.
Wait, a cymbal set by Pearl?
No, I was saying drums.
Oh, okay.
Drum sets. Yeah, we were talking about drum sets, right? And then like I bought like maybe a couple cymbals for that. Then after that,
I bought a cymbal pack.
Yeah, and then with my between getting my DW and having that drum set, I got a cymbal pack that was the Meinl HDS series, and that's like this ride right there. I've had for years, and I've used it ever since.
I have the black one.
The Custom Dark series?
That's what it is, yeah.
Yeah.
I was trying to remember the name of it.
Yeah, I really like that series, and I'm going to try it.
I haven't played them before. Do they sound really good?
Oh, they sound amazing.
Really?
They're dark, and they're made for metal.
Yeah. They're made to actually...
Like, they're made for metal bands, basically. They have a whole series. This is a Crash. I have the Ride in there.
I kind of want to just feel like the thickness of it.
That one is kind of... It's fucked, but I bought a new one, so it doesn't matter.
Fucked where?
You'll see it. It was a very sad day.
This little thing?
Yeah.
That's it? You throw a symbol away after that?
No, I don't. I have a whole box full of symbols I've completely decimated.
Yeah.
That fell, and once it fell and it had that chip in it, I was like, well, it's gonna crack. I'm certain of it, so I'm still gonna use it. I use it to practice, but other than that, my feeling is I'm certain it will, and if it doesn't, then fucking Meinl knows how to actually make symbols. If it doesn't crack further than that, but no, yeah, I love.
You could buff it out.
I'm sure.
You could literally sand it down that fraction of a centimeter.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it.
And it won't crack.
I spent the
money. You could use it again.
I spent the money on a new one. On a payment plan.
You won't have to if you sand this down. I'm telling you. If you sand it down and that crack's not there anymore, you'll be able to use this until until it cracks in a different spot.
You're really talking me into it.
You should. It wouldn't be hard. You could do it with sandpaper. It might take a second because it's metal, obviously. But
I have sandpaper.
It's not very deep. If you just got rid of this, just like this, if you sand it from here, like here, I think this would be a very, very useful symbol.
You're a lot more positive person than I am, because I'm already like, oh well, there it goes.
No, dude, I would play that at a live show until it fucking shattered.
I mean, that's probably what I'm going to be doing, but when that happened, it was, we played in, just past Apple Valley. It was like some, what was it called? I can't remember the name of the city, but, Lutheran Valley.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so, and it just like, we were done playing, I was putting my stuff away, and I was trying to put something away, and I accidentally knocked down the cymbal stand. I was like, ah, and then it fell, and I was like, into the dirt. Desert.
I've had a cymbal stand snap in half mid-show.
I've seen that happen. I've seen that happen in my stand.
So it was like it was the top. So okay, so the cymbal stand goes up, and then there's like the mechanism right here.
Like that thing right there.
So yeah. So it was this. If I could get this out of here.
Yeah, go ahead. Here, we'll even show the whole crowd. Go down. Or out. That's perfect. I was thinking down, not up, but alright. This part.
Yeah, this snapped in half right here. And it fell off. It was at it was at a bar on the East End, Ventura. I think it was 19-ish. 18, maybe?
Red Cove, or like the tavern? Or
Red Cove, yeah.
It was the Red Cove?
It was the Red Cove. They have that like little section in the corner.
Yeah.
And it's like a kind of a wall, too.
And then there's like...
really uncomfortable, kind of terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah,
apparently a few people have gotten stabbed there.
I could imagine. Yeah, it's next.
I used to do open mic.
It's next to Satakoy.
Yeah, I used to do stand up there.
I'll put this back.
My
drunk ass is like, upward.
Upward. You just did what everyone does whenever they try to help a drummer. Here, you know.
I know, it's really cool.
Like, oh yeah, I'll help you, and then they take it off, and they're like, and you're like.
There's a reason I don't let anybody help me with my drums when I'm unloading. Actually, well, I'll let them help me like unload, but they're like, should I open this stand? I'm like, no, I'll open everything. I'll do everything. Just put the pieces just like in this section.
Yeah.
Right here.
I tell people to either open the legs or at least just carry it to the venue.
Just carry it. That's all I want.
That's it.
That's literally it.
Yeah.
Or when especially when we're taking down, we had a trailer. I'm like, set it next to the trailer. Set it right outside the trailer. I'll crunch everything up. I'll put it in its
unless you absolutely know how to play drums or you know how it works, then I thank you.
Pick
up the stuff, take it over there.
It's too expensive.
Be careful. Like, I mean, the ride of this cymbals of this series is like $300. I luckily got it used for 150
Wait, which one?
for the Vinyl Custom Dark.
Oh, you got that used.
I got the ride used for 150 bucks.
Oh, wow.
Some guy was selling it on Facebook Marketplace.
Steal.
And so yeah, because I saw it at NAM. First time I went to NAM,
What year did you go to NAM?
It was the first time was like 2018, and then 2019 as well.
I think we went to NAM at the same time.
Probably.
I think 2018.
Yeah.
Or 19, one of those. I bumped shoulders with Dave Mustaine.
Nice.
Like
I kept meeting
on accident. Like it came off as really rude. I was in a really big crowd, and somebody hit shoulders with me so hard that it turned me around, and I locked eyes with Dave Mustaine, and he just looked at me, and he just like let one of those like kind of like he just and then just turned around and walked away. I was like, no fucking way that just happened to me. I would have felt so embarrassed.
I don't know if you know who he is, but I kept bumping into Glenn Sobel, the drummer for Alice Cooper.
That's cool.
Yeah, I kept bumping into him. I met him once. He was doing the DW Factory Day, the day I got that drum set.
Have you been there?
The Factory Day?
Yeah.
Twice now.
I've only been there once.
Oh yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, it's sick.
Yeah, I love DW, so.
Later, sorry.
Okay, and so I met him there. He signed my Alice Cooper poster that I had because that was like my first concert ever was Alice Cooper.
That's sick.
And front row seats basically, and free front row seats for the most part. And then so I got him to sign it, and then years later, first time at NAMM, there he is at the Sabian because he's a Sabian Simple guy, and so I saw him there. I'm like, oh fuck, that's Glenn Sobel. And my bass player Jack was next to me. He's like, go say hi to him. I'm like, I don't want to. He's like, no, go say hi to him. I'm like, all right, fine. So I went up to him. I'm like, oh my god, you're a famous person. I'm nothing. And then so I had him sign a drumstick. I think I have it in my room or somewhere.
Hell yeah.
And he signed it. And then every time he would be walking by, I'm like, dude, I gotta stop running into him. It's just hey, how's it going? Oh hey. It's just it felt awkward. Seemed like I was following him when I wasn't. So that was cool. And then we met the guitarist for Hatebreed. That's a whole story.
That's cool.
We have a whole. I'm not gonna go into it because I kind of went into it It's a whole band story that we have with Hatebreed. But yeah, it was cool.
Ooh, is there a bathroom? I have to pee really bad.
I have to pee too. We can take a pause and then take a piss and come back.
Sounds like a move.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
We'll be right back, guys. Let's switch this to chatting. All right, we're back. There we go. We're back. All right. So where were we? Now, yeah. So we ran into the guitarist for Hatebreed, which we had a whole Hatebreed story for a band. I'll probably tell you off air because it's already on the last podcast with Jamie. You remember Jamie, I'm sure.
Jamie Kaufman. Yeah.
I had him on last time. And so, yeah, it's... where else? So, yeah, NAMM, I tried the cymbals out there. I was like... I was out with Zildjian. I got tired of them. Every time I bought them, any different version of whatever thing they had, I would try it out because like a lot of the bands I used to listen to was kind of like, I'm sure you've done the same thing. It's like, well, this drummer, he likes this cymbal, so I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna be just like them in a way. Like we all kind of do it in a way, even if we don't know it.
Yeah.
Cause that's what I think of all those cymbal like people who go like this. It's like the Lars Ulrich thing to have the cymbal stand like this. It's like okay, yeah, I see where you're.
That's
getting
like
from.
That's like it's a hard rock move.
Yeah. And so
which is good for hard rock though.
Right.
I support that.
So I kept trying Zildjian and then just like for some reason maybe it was me, maybe I've learned better, but it just felt like every time I had the Zildjian, within like months or like very short, it was cracked, it was done, it was over. I just have this fucked up cymbal now. So I was like, I'm gonna try different brands, and so Sabian, Pasty, however the fuck you want to say it.
Pasty.
And then Meinl. Those were the three that I started looking at. And so I had like a good mix match of still Zildjian here. Like my hi-hats are Zildjian. You wouldn't know it because they're like, they had the brand on them, but I think they're so old. And I bought them from some guy like 2 years ago from a shitty drum set.
Do you use double pedal at all?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Cool.
People wouldn't know it. And because I don't really like double pedal. I do it more now, but yeah, I kind of just do like triplets in a way.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, very shittily done.
One thing, because I got a lesson when I was with Half Bass by Chris Turner. The guy was telling me he was like one of the best in the metal scene like on the planet right now. He doesn't do things like any typical drummer. He follows his right hand with his left hand no matter what the situation is.
Okay.
So you know how a lot of drummers will lead with the right hand. They're like right, left, right, like you know.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of how I do it, but yeah.
He goes right, left, right, left, right, left, like.
So
if I were to try to do a pattern right, left, right, left, right, it would go.
Right.
But if it was right, left, left, I'm kind of drunk, but I can do it way faster.
Yeah, I believe you.
Like, it's way more efficient. Like, when I talk about, like, that man is made for energy efficiency when it comes to drumming.
I gotta look this guy up.
I can, after this, I'll show you some videos. You'd be like, holy shit.
Okay.
It's actually, like, he's a robot.
We'll definitely have to look that.
It's a little terrifying.
So, yeah, when I was at NAMM, I had a little mission of just trying different things out, and so I looked at Sabian, I wrote some stuff down. I went to Meinl and then I found these, and I think they had just like brought these out. They're not that like they're pretty like newer like type of cymbals that they started doing, and I just like fell in love with the ride. I'm like, oh fuck, sounds amazing. I gotta get that ride. And once I saw it on Marketplace and the guy was selling it for $150, I'm like, there's no other way I'm gonna get this.
Yeah.
That cheap.
Yeah.
You know, and so I messaged the guy. He's like, good, because I've had it on Reverb for a year and a half or like however long he had it on there. It's been gathering dust. He thought he would have liked it for his metal band, but it just didn't work out for him, I guess. And so I'm like, perfect, $150, here you go.
Yeah.
And then when we were recording this album that we've been working on, I was like, I need new cymbals. I went to Guitar Center to get cheap ass cymbals, and they had the 16-inch and the 18-inch, and I'm like,
Sabian?
Credit card. No, this.
Oh yeah.
Used, and I'm like, credit card debt. Throw it on the credit card. I'll pay it off later. And so yeah, that's how I got those. And then I got a really nice Sabian too as well. So yeah, that's basically what I have right now. But slowly, I want to get these, starting with the hi-hats.
my dickhead would have negotiated his
Yeah.
ride situation. Because used, it's like, I don't know. I mean, how much was it originally?
The ride or
The ride that you bought for 150.
I think it was like 300. So I was like, 150 is not bad. Half that.
No,
But-
I would have been like 120.
Yeah,
Bring
I
it.
didn't care at the point. I was just like, I need something better because I've had the same HCS thing since I've had that drum set for 6 years. So it's just like, yeah, I need something.
I think I just
different.
have a habit of negotiating, even if it's a good price. Like even if I could bring it down $5, I'll try.
Yeah, I'm too nice of a person. I'm like,
Well, negotiating isn't a mean thing. I think it's more of a like a.
It is a mean.
Why
thing,
not
Kenny.
try? It's like why not try? Like if they're stuck with their price, then it's okay. But
I've done that with like drum sets because we were playing so many goddamn shows like in 2019 before the pandemic that I got really tired and I had the job to at least buy like a shitty drum set, like $100 one that you see on Marketplace. And so I was like, what if I just had like a drum set at home and then I had my drums in my cases so that way when we have a show, I could just take the drums, put it in my car, and then I have this drum set at home. So when I come home, I can just practice on the practice drum set.
Yeah.
And it's the drummer's dream. And so like I would scour Facebook Marketplace and look for shitty drum sets, and I got someone to get me one for $100, a full drum set with all these different cymbals and shit like that.
dude, I call it my beater kit.
Yeah.
It's the one I practice on because my real kit's in Thousand Oaks pretty
Okay.
much all the time. I live in Ventura.
Oh, all right.
So, I have a beater kit that was given to me for free. I don't even know what the brand is.
Nice.
It could be made out of plastic for all I know.
I have a few of those in the garage right now.
And, yeah, I covered the heads with cut shirts that I have. And I put tape on the fronts and bottoms of the cymbals that were broken in the past. And it's a perfect drum set, actually.
I mean, it works.
Like, perfect practice drum kit. And I feel like a lot of drummers worry about having a nice drum set. I want it to sound this way. But there's a reason a lot of drum companies sell literally practice pads that are built like drum sets.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't even have to sound like a drum set. If you're able to hit it in the places you would like to hit it, that's all that matters. You could set it up with pans and fucking camera stands if you want to. Like,
yeah. I mean, Dave Grohl learned how to play drums on pillows.
yeah.
He said that in an interview at least like a while back ago.
Yeah,
That was like his first thing was just having a pair of drumsticks and just like making this pillow is this pillow is that.
And that's actually one of the techniques I use to get my speed up a bit. Is because it has no recoil.
Yeah.
Like it actually absorbs your hit, so you have to try a lot harder to bring it up and get fast.
Smart.
And it starts to get really exhausting. So if you're able to practice that for a month, your speed's going up quick.
Wow.
Quick.
Just write down notes.
But they don't make that for feet. So
No, of course not. No.
yeah, I'm okay with my double pedal. I'm accurate with the speeds I'm at.
How
There's
fast can you go?
What's
the fastest you think you've gone?
Remember the song "Get Shivved" that we played?
Probably not.
It was like like it was like
It
a lot of
sounds
triplets.
vaguely familiar.
That was
It's
pretty
been a while
fast.
since I've listened to you guys' stuff.
I remember that being the most exhausting song to play for half past, and I think that was 185. 180 or 185. Don't take my word. But a lot of it was
probably faster than
mostly it was just my right foot just going for like the entire song.
Yeah.
My left just filling in like the rest of the rhythm. So
Yeah.
So that was most of the song. And by the end of it I was like, fuck. And I always made them, I'm like, we need to play a chill song after that one, because that one, like,
you need to
I
relax.
gotta, like, stand or something, because my right leg,
It gets tired.
yeah, it's real tired after that.
I have a fucked up back, so yeah, I get what you mean.
And yeah, and I mean that's another reason why I started in the gray the way I did. It's just to play more chill music to where it doesn't feel like I'm in pain when I'm fucking playing it. Like,
That's fair, yeah.
like I want to play music that I enjoy playing and have fun playing instead of being stressed. I'm like, oh god, I hope I'm gonna be able to pull off this part tonight. Like, I want to be like, oh my god, I'm so excited to play all these parts. Like, they all hit so hard. They all have so much energy, and it sounds so sick with these guitar parts.
Right.
And our vocalists sound sick. Like, that's what I want to have for the shows. It shouldn't be like, oh god, I hope I play technical enough. Like, oh, like.
So you're able to like relax a little bit more than.
Yeah, I just want to be able to relax and play a good show. Like, that's so much more important than playing technical. I get the musicianship and trying to impress other musicians. I get
well,
that.
You're gonna impress me either way, so it's fine.
It's not even but
No,
I'm saying this for
saying.
everyone. I'm saying
Yeah.
this for everyone. I don't think anybody should worry about impressing musicians. Most of them have such stubborn opinions on what should be played that it's not even worth even trying. Just play for the genre you're playing for.
Play for the song.
Play for the song.
That's...
Play for the audience. Don't play for the musicians that you think are watching you.
Yeah.
Because that'll fucking ruin you and get you frustrated and make you hate whatever you're playing. Because you're gonna overthink it.
That's like one thing with the Beatles and people shitting on Ringo, and I think it's the same thing for Lars. Like, I'm not a big fan of Lars, but I've definitely been seeing it in a different light, because there was a guy who says what Ringo did, he's not the greatest drummer, sure, but for what he did for the Beatles, if you had a different drummer do that song,
it would not have been the same.
It wouldn't have been the same song, and it would have been different. So, like, Ringo is a great drummer for what he did, just as well Lars is a great drummer for being, you know, the drummer in Metallica. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I say that all the time.
Just as well as influence. And I've recently realized that after seeing, like, a few examples of, like, someone saying that about Ringo. I'm like, I guess it's the same thing for Lars. I was just, Metallica isn't for me, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I appreciate them. I think what they
I
did
grew up
was...
on Metallica.
Yeah.
I actually...
Some people grew up with that. I grew up with the Beatles.
Yeah.
But hey, I will give them credit where credit's due. They definitely started something. It was a new genre in a sense, and it was like they were them, Megadeth, and like all those guys really started something. You know.
So just to bring up a topic, what don't you like about Metallica?
It's mainly just like how Lars, just the fills. I feel like he does too much for the song. Like, I feel like he adds way too much, and that's, I feel like there's some times where it's like, okay, dude, chill.
I think I say their first albums were good because that's when he wasn't like so used to playing drums, because he was a new drummer when they started the band.
I think I've heard that before, yeah.
So I think with Kill 'Em All, Master of Puppets, and there was Injustice for All, and then the Black Album.
Yeah.
Injustice for All sucked because the production sucked. Everything.
What about Say Anger? I'm kidding.
Twang, like the entire album. We call that the snare album.
I'm fucking with you. Sorry.
Even though actually I do like some songs in that album.
I'm sure
because I'm capable. I feel like I've matured enough to ignore the snare.
And I think people have made fun of it enough. But anyways, continue. Yeah. So, those albums.
Yeah, their earlier albums are a lot better. They took a hard dive after that. Their last album that they released, good production, solid songs. I wouldn't say it's anything remarkable, but it's good.
Mm-hmm.
A controversial band that I would love to bring up that I do like is Nickelback.
You like Nickelback?
Oh, yeah.
I can't, judge anyone on that, but I don't think I'm friends with you anymore. That's so crazy. I had a roommate. He actually enjoyed Nickelback, and I always asked him like, why the fuck, and not listen to his answer. So, why?
I would love to answer this question.
No, I'm sure.
So Chad Kroger's a douche. We can all agree. Yes, Chad Kroger is a douche.
Just like Gene Simmons is.
He's just a douchey guy. But I think with Nickelback, it just really depends on the songs you listen to, because they really have. I think Chad Kroger has a serious talent for writing songs that are powerful and catchy at the same time, and he has such a unique vocal tone and powerful tone. Like, he has, like, the right amount of rasp, the right amount of catchiness. Their guitar tone's pretty heavy for certain songs. They sound, from what I've heard, amazing live. Like, they sound even better live. His range is pretty fucking insane.
See, I can kind of believe that. But
like, they're all, like, the drummer's really good. They're all great musicians. It's hard for me to argue. Like, if I'm going based on pure facts, they're all really talented motherfuckers. Like,
see, I'll give them that. Like, they're obviously they're more likely they're going to be talented because they've been doing their thing for however many years. So it's like you can't fault them for that. And look at this photograph; it's such a great. No.
I mean, it is a good song if it wasn't so overplayed and memed out.
It's unfortunate that it's a memed out song, but no, it's just like I've never really listened to them, and I've only ever heard like, oh, they're a shitty band, so it's just like it's easy I guess agree,
like as somebody who has like grown up listening to Nickelback, because my mom listened to them, my dad listened to them.
Oh, so your mom's at fault. Okay,
good. Yeah, we'll blame her.
It's a genetic thing.
It's a genetic thing.
I think the same thing with my ex roommate that used to live here. Yeah.
I could send you some songs that I think you might agree with, actually.
Okay.
Because they are songs that the population, I don't think, really knows about. They have some really, really, really underrated songs. And I feel like the ones that have blown up have been really cringy. Because those are their cringy songs.
Right.
I have to agree, they have some really cringy songs.
Which I'm sure we've all had, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, Rockstars, meh. Fucking Photograph is meh.
I've only ever heard Photograph. I don't know any other songs except for that meme. That's it.
That's all you've heard? Okay, then then I definitely have some shit to show you.
Yeah, again, like, I hold nothing to anyone until, like, I've actually heard it myself and go, okay, it's not for me, unfortunately. But, yeah, it's just like, I'll listen to it. Just like any movie or TV show, I'll watch it. Same thing with...
Should we play a song?
Probably not, because it would get copyright.
Oh, true. Yeah, never mind.
I like the idea, but no, unfortunately, unless I own the song, I can't play it, I don't think.
True.
I don't know how copyright, and I'm not going to get a strike now that this is still kind of like in its beginning phases. And look at all of these sponsors that I'm not getting money for.
I know, right? It's a perfectly good masturbation kit.
Right? That I'm selling in the trunk. It's the only one.
And how else would your cat know about gun safety if you didn't read this to your cat?
It gets semi-religious in the end of the book there.
Well, what religion?
What one do you think? The famous one. The one with all the hits. Jesus. I think it gets religious. It gets weird. Someone opened this up during the podcast and let's see, post-apocalyptic survival.
Where hold on. Where are you developing this?
What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I mean?
What do you mean? Yeah, okay, yeah, right here. Is your cat possessed by a demon? How do we know that Satan is real?
I think most cats are possessed by demons.
How do you talk to your cat about Satanism? There we go. That's the part.
Can I read part of it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Out loud.
If you really want to know, I figured I should add comedy to this, break the ice a little bit with whoever I have on, and so I just got these things. And I've had this thing for a year. I got this, the same place I got this squeaky toy from Gorbachev.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, Gorbachev. You know Gorbachev from Russia?
Of course.
He's a squeaky toy on my wall. I've had for years.
Alright. How to talk to your cat about Satanism. Do I really need to talk to my cat about Satanism? Satan is the one true enemy. He is the prince of lies, the great deceiver, the dark lord. We have discussed many dangers to your cat in this book. Threats to your body from the tips of their whiskers to the end of their tail, as well as the threats to their soul. Behind these threats is Satan. Whether you are talking to a
homosexual?
Is there supposed to be a W in that word?
Are you drunk?
No.
That's very... There's a typo in this book.
Whether you are talking about homosexuality and abortion, or hairballs and fleas, they are all Satan's doing.
Who the hell put a W in the middle of that fucking word?
How do you miss a W?
There's no W in
well,
that word.
How do you put a W in that word and then reread it and miss it? This was not proofread.
I'm selling this in the back of my car.
No, this is good. This is great. What good is trigger discipline to a cat whose heart has been tainted by evil? What good is abstaining from premarital sex from a kitten whose caverns? Is that it? Cavorts? Caverts? I haven't read that word before.
Are you dyslexic? Is that what we're finding? Caverts.
Caverts,
Wait, no. I don't even know. I don't even think that's a word.
Caverts with the enemy of our Lord. If there is one thing you must speak to your cat about, let it be this. How do we know that Satan is real?
Okay.
We need only to look at the
You're actually the first person to read this online. I love it. This is great.
We need only to look at the moral depravity that is taken hold of our world around us to see proof of the existence of Satan. Global food shortages, cats peeing on the rug, landfills overflowing with aborted fetuses. These events could only be his doing. He has turned our kiddie daycares into cesspools of atheist degeneracy. Heathen dens where God is mocked, staff members are fired for even mentioning Christianity, and cats are expelled for praying. With the exception of country music, virtually every aspect of pop culture exists solely to entrap unwilling cats in his dark design. I read better when I'm drunk. I just noticed that. When I'm sober, I'm like, but
that's frightening, I guess.
I have pretty severe ADHD. So when I'm reading, I always I think when I'm sober, I read too fast in my head, and I always have to go back or go forward to catch myself.
So if you ever have children and you need to read to them at night, you need to come in stumbling drunk and just...
Give me 3 shots before I read this book to my
3 little
daughter.
pigs.
Three little pigs.
I don't like it when Daddy's drunk. Daddy needs to read the goddamn story to you.
We're reading the Bible tonight, darling. But this, I feel like my brain kind of aligns with the words here. This is not the plan. He wants to trick you into believing that he does not exist, that his followers are nothing more than a joke. Then when your guard is finally down, he'll get his hooks into your cat and drag your little cuddly kitty straight to hell. At what age should I talk to my cat about Satan's?
Isn't this great?
This is great.
Yeah. So yeah, no.
I kind of want to go to a gun safety part. Abstinence.
Oh yeah, there's abstinence in that. That was the other part I was trying to find.
How to talk to your cat about abstinence?
Dude, cats can't be fucking. Do you know how many cats are in the population right now? Millions. Stray cats.
How many cats are in circulation?
Yeah, there's a lot of stray cats around. That's why they keep saying to snip your cat, because there's
chop your cat's balls off.
Pretty much, yeah.
They don't need to be multiplying. No one needs that.
The cat that I used to have here, the Thomas, he more than we never snipped him. We never because he was a stray cat, and so I imagine he fucked before he died many times.
He fucked for sure.
I mean, that's how I always viewed him. Tommy likes to get laid. Kind of like Primus, Tommy the cat. That's how I always imagine my cat.
I was listening to that yesterday, actually.
I've gotten more to... That's one band that I've gotten into a little bit is Primus.
I grew up on the Primus music videos.
Oh yeah, I've seen those now.
I had the DVD. My dad had the DVDs growing up while I was around, and
they are fun.
They are great.
They are amazingly done. Les Claypool is an insane man.
Oh, that's a beautiful man right there.
He is a beautiful man, and My Name is Mud.
That music video. I mean, it's. Oh.
My Name's Mud. Yeah, I started listening to that, and then we have a song called The Impaler, and I started doing My Name is Mud at one point. I started doing the drums to it for some reason. I added that into our song. Yeah,
Yeah.
I literally did one part of it into the song. And I was like, oh, and I kept doing it. I'm like, I gotta stop listening to that song. So I had to go like a few weeks to like, all right. And then I still kind of do it, but my own version of it in a weird
Yeah.
way. Yeah, it's.
I
fucking
mean, the
hilarious.
drummer for Primus is
Yeah, he's amazing.
he's a legend.
Yeah.
I saw them live in 8th grade
I want.
at the Ventura Theater.
Dang, I'm sorry.
The heaviest song. That might have been the heaviest song I've ever heard live.
Really?
So I've been to metal shows. I've been to all types of shit. But I mean, the one that really like got my stomach was fuck. Hold on, I have to look it up now. My brain's not braining.
Is it by Primus?
Yes, it is by Primus. It's
So my name is.
Kill the Puppies. Too Many Puppies. Sorry.
Too Many Puppies. Yeah.
Too Many Puppies might have been the
Too Many
heaviest song I've
Puppies.
ever heard live.
Yeah.
Just because Les Claypool's bass was hitting so hard above the guitar.
Amazing.
And then I think the kick was mixed just right under the bass.
Yeah.
Where it felt like every time it was hit, and that song is just like, like, it's just like a bunch of punches to the stomach. You're like, oh, dude. And the way they performed on stage was like amazing too.
Did you ever play the Ventura Theater?
I did with Half Past at one of our last shows. We almost opened for Good Charlotte.
Oh.
But one of the band members got sick and we couldn't play for them. Yeah, big snap.
Did you guys do like a local night there, or what was the show that you guys played there?
That was me, or sorry, not me. That was Half Past, Plan Your Escape, and
I haven't seen those guys in forever.
I'm still friends with Josh.
Yeah.
So pretty decent friends with Josh. I hang out with him downtown. He works downtown, so I hit him up sometimes. I really want Josh to feature on a Kill the Cause song because his screams are pretty amazing.
Yeah.
His
The whole
screams
band's amazing.
Yeah, the whole band's amazing.
Are they still?
Because
I've always
Josh and
wondered if they've been around or they
Josh
died.
and what's his name? Red hair.
Clifford.
Clifford, yes, Clifford. Josh and Clifford are in
You
a
said
band
red
called.
hair, and I'm like, ginger. Okay.
Yes, Josh and Clifford are playing in a band called Pennies, which is half a cover band, half originals. They do more pop punk, and they're really good. They're a really good band.
So is Plan Your Escape no or like done?
They're not playing.
No, they're done.
I think 90% sure.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn.
I know, right?
They're literally right here on my toolbox.
What do you mean?
I have all these bands here, as you can see.
Oh yeah.
So they're right.
Dude, I still see like Half Past stickers around Ventura.
It's kind of covered by these dicks, but that's from a band called Gay Agenda. Then next to
Gay Agenda, the hearts and the fucking wow.
Yeah.
Oh wow. That's a nutty ass sticker.
It's a dickogram. They're an all gay band. They're like a bunch of gay guys, and they play it's fucking what's it called? I can't think of the genre of metal it is, but it's hilarious. We played with them once, and I was like, this is interesting. And they have like one of them has like a gimp suit. The drummer wears like this bunny mask and shit. It's like the weirdest shit ever. The Gay Agenda. They're like from I think it says so on here.
They're called the Gay Agenda?
Yeah.
Agenda?
Yeah, you have to look them up.
Have you ever heard of Bro Job?
Yeah, I've heard of Bro Job. Never listened to them, but I've heard of them.
It's just basically just extremely gay deathcore.
I believe that.
That's it.
But yeah, no, I had this fucking toolbox for probably as long as I've had the.
Speaking of Toolbox, what do you think of Tool?
Oh, I love Tool. I've gotten into them a lot lately too.
Maynard. I need to meet that man.
Hooker with the Penis. Like, I know it's like stereotypical. Oh, you like that song, but man, I fucking love that song. Hooker with the Penis.
I have like such a hard on for so many other songs. It's like ridiculous.
That song just gets me pumped. Like, especially when I'm working and I'm doing what I'm doing. It's just like, man, it gets me like through the day.
Have you listened to the first album, Opium?
Yeah, I've listened to all of them.
All of them, cool.
Pretty much, yeah.
What's your favorite album?
I'm not good with album names. That's my thing. I'm good with like song names here and there, but like
so,
I know what I like.
So there's There's 10,000 Days, which is...
I have that one. I have that CD.
There's the new one, which is... I know what it is. I'll come back to that. There's Lateralis.
Oh, yeah. I know that one.
There's... Oh, you know what? Now I just need to look it up, because I don't want to think that hard.
I like Hooker with the Peanuts mainly because of the story behind it, which is this fan was telling them that they've changed their sound, or they ain't like what they used to be since they got signed on.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was Maynard's way of telling that guy, like, fuck you, we're still the same band. Just because we got a record label now, or just because we got signed on, didn't change anything. And we're not changing our sound. It's stuff like that. So that's why I like that song. It's very punk rock in a way.
Can I buy one of these books off you?
Yeah, it's called Amazon.com where I bought it.
Oh, that's where you bought it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I hate to burst the bubble, but none of this is real.
Oh, okay. Now, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I know. No one knows. It's to break the ice to be funny because I'm an idiot.
I would just think, like, this would be really fun to read at a show.
If you want to pay me $25, I'll let you have it right now. That's
like,
a $5 profit. That's not even a profit because I still paid for shipping, son of a bitch.
Okay, so the albums are Fear Inoculum, 10,000 Days, Lateralis, Anima, and Undertow. Then there's Opiate.
Yeah, Undertow. Yeah.
Undertow. That's actually the album where I mean, they're Sober on it, which is like their song.
Is that the song?
Prison Sex in it.
No, Eulogy. That was the first Tool song I've ever heard. And
Eulogy, really?
We covered that.
Eulogy's on Anima.
Yeah, we covered that, if I remember correctly. It was either that
God,
or Sober.
I want to be playing music so bad right now.
I'm sorry. It's a shame, because I would love to play music during this, like something like, whatever.
Well, I'm down to hang out more and play music after.
Definitely. But no, we covered that as a band, and I'm not anywhere near Danny Carey. Even now, I'm still not even close to that. I'm barely like.
Danny Carey's just built a certain way. I don't think.
I'm still learning.
He's really good. I don't think he's like the most extraordinary like technical drummer, but I think creatively he's extraordinary.
Well, yeah, and pretty much like with the time signature, I'm still getting familiar with time signatures and metronome. Like that's how far back I am in learning how to play drums. I'm still like learning.
I'll tell you right now, play to a metronome as much as you possibly can.
Yeah, I'm learning that now.
That's it. I mean, that is. Oh, that's the one major. That's like if I think back to the thing that taught me the most.
Were you self-taught or did you have you were self-taught?
I listened for a year and a half.
Okay.
Since I was 8, so I started when I was 8. So really young.
I think I vaguely remember hearing that about you, but yeah.
So I started taking lessons when I was 8 for a year, and then I took lessons again, I think when I was like 11 or 12 for like another 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly self-taught, just because I was playing with bands, I was learning new songs, and that taught me the most. But what got me the tightest was playing with half-past and playing every song to a metronome.
Yeah.
In my ears.
Mm.
Every song, every time I'd go home, I'd practice metronome, metronome, metronome. It would be... You don't even have to practice something specific to a metronome. It's good to just have a metronome in your ears. Just put it in your ears, and then play whatever comes to your mind for an hour. And your tightness is going to increase so fucking fast. It's crazy.
Tight pussy right there.
Yeah, super tight pussy drumming. That's all that matters. And actually, if your drumming's tight, it's pretty hard to debate if somebody's guitars are tight. Because if your drumming's tight, like, the guitars are going to sound a lot tighter, too.
Right.
Whether they're playing tight or not.
It'll make them
sound tight because drumming's a lot louder than guitars.
Of course. They actually have to turn up. We don't.
Yeah, and they're following us.
Yeah. I learned that the hard way.
Yeah, I mean, I got to the point, because with Half Past, we, with Seth Yamamoto, our producer, we paid him to make us backtracks, which had a click, and then only the guitar tracks. So, I would be actually playing the guitars to the guitars, but not to the live guitars that were playing in front of me, but to the guitars that we recorded in the studio that were perfectly on time with a click. So I would have that in my ears while also simultaneously that track is playing the backtrack we had, which is the intro and between songs, music, and everything,
Mm-hmm.
which is extremely convenient. But if you guys are able to get DI boxes. That's the name
Yeah.
for it?
I think that's, yeah. DI.
DI, yeah,
Direct in.
yeah.
I'm guessing that's what that
Wireless DI boxes and everybody having in ears is, if you want your band to sound
means. That's
tighter
the big
than
need for me. Yeah.
yeah, if you want your band to sound tighter than any other band, that's the route to go, because everybody can listen to the backtrack and have a click, and not even listen to the live show you're playing. Everybody is just perfectly on.
Yeah.
Whether you're hearing the live show or not, if you're playing exactly to the studio song that you recorded, you're all gonna perform perfect.
Right. Yeah. See, because I would say this is more my first band than what my one band that I had for a week in high school was. So this is like my first band. So I never, being self-taught, never really looked into metronomes. I just like listened to the songs I listened to and just learned from there. And so no idea what a metronome was. We did our recording, our first album that doesn't exist anymore, and the few people that we got the CD copies were sorry. And so it was my first experience ever having a metronome being recorded and not knowing how it works. And so I guess all of that made me nervous, and it's terrible fucking CD. Throw it away, burn it if you have it, please. And so now that I've gotten older and learned better, so I've gotten better at metronome and knowing how that works, you know?
Yeah.
So it's kind of weird for me. Like I'm trying to learn how to play drums now more than I did back then.
Yeah.
But again, Austin and Jack and all of them. Now Sydney, now that we have another guitarist, is kind of helping me learn even more progressively better.
You know what's crazy? It's 9:30.
Yeah, it is.
It's been 3.5 hours.
It seems like it.
Holy shit.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot.
God damn.
This is a great podcast. I'm very much enjoying it.
I'm having fun.
Yeah?
It seemed I was worried. I was like, oh, it's only been an hour and a half. In my brain.
We started at 6:15ish.
Yeah, it's over 9:30. It's past 9:30.
Yeah, now it's 9:30. Yeah, it's dark.
God damn.
Yeah, I know. And
Are people watching? Holy shit.
If they don't watch on the live stream, I throw it on the YouTube.
Oh, cool.
And so I'll send you the link, and you'll be able to share it with whoever you want and stuff like that. And again, like, this is bare bones. It's starting out. I'm hoping that eventually I'll evolve to the point to where I can actually have a better room and more of a production value to it.
Do you have a laptop?
I do, but it's shitty. And yeah.
If you have even if it's a shitty laptop,
it was free. It came from Deck Collections.
I see a Focusrite right there.
Yeah. I just don't have the computer I have that I've had for years is fucked, and then the other computer I have, you can't do anything on it. It's a Chromebook. It's literally, you can only install stuff from Google Play, and that's very limited. So it's kind of basically having a computer version of a tablet.
Oh, okay.
See what I mean? So this is bare bones. So once I eventually can invest more money or have the money in order to do this and get to the next level of having a better, bigger room instead of my old bedroom, then I would love to be able to edit and make the sound a little bit better, because I've had problems with sound. So it's working. It's a work in progress, you know? So yeah. It's getting there, you know? And I like the idea of it being unedited. I like the idea of being honest, and what you see is what you get. And eventually it will get to the point to where, for example, like Joe Rogan, you know? Because when he first started, it was shitty, you know? It wasn't the greatest fucking podcast ever.
Everything starts that way.
Exactly. So I just wanted to start this. I want to get it out there. I want to interview musicians. I want to do stuff like on location. I want to do like go to shows and just interview people at shows if I can. eventually, and then just go from there and have fun with it. That's basically the idea, and hopefully have this share around and get to people and stuff like that. It's not just for me. I want to promote In the Gray, Kill the Cause, even Half Past the Revolution. I have 2 Spotify playlists that I'll send you the link to, and you can add like 3 of. I know you don't have anything for In the Gray, but when you do, you can add 3 of your favorite songs from what you've made from whatever band in Half Past the Revolution, and it's called The Locals. That's the name of the podcast.
Okay, cool.
And so it has a bunch of local bands from this area and some LA, and there's like a couple bands from like Italy when we played with 2 bands that came out here from Italy. So I've started this a while ago, and I was like, this would be fun for a bunch of different local bands to be able to throw their songs in and be like, hey, this is what we listen to. The other podcast, or the other playlist, I'm drunk, is called Who Influenced Us. And so you put in, as a drummer, whoever influenced you to play music, or what influenced you to do certain drum parts, or however you want to take who influenced us. And so those are the 2 interactive things I have for the guests on this. And so you add however many you want on whichever playlist.
Yeah.
But that's my idea for this, is to really get people on, new people, old people I haven't seen for fucking years, people who are gonna like tell me, wow, you look great, and I get to be like, I know I do, I finally did it, then I'm gonna finally come. Anyways,
I support.
Huh?
I support.
I'd hope so. Yes, I've had multiple supporters now.
Hell yeah, brother.
But yeah, no, that's the idea of this. Is just like just talking to people. You can come back on, of course.
I'm down.
I'd love to have you on again. We could have another drink or be more sober, whichever works. This is the first time I was drunk on the podcast. So
I've had a great time.
It's funny because you're the first person to say that to me in a message, because I've messaged other guests and be like, oh, what would you like to drink? And they'd be like, oh, I'll have an iced tea. And I'd go out and get their whatever drink they want, right? Because you're my guest. I'm obviously going to provide my gas.
Well, I picture it as like, if I'm talking to somebody and being social and people are watching, like, I want to be comfortable. And
that's fair.
If I'm having a drink, I tend to be more open, and
that's fun.
I like having fun with it, so.
Yeah, I was like...
That's how I picture it.
Well, when you said, like, oh, what do you like and stuff like that, I'm like, well, you know what? Fuck it, why not? And I've, A, never had a drink on the podcast, so we'll do that now, and B, it would be kind of cool to see Kenny again and actually share a drink with him, because when I met you, you were obviously 18, 19 years old.
Yeah. And
I haven't seen you since then, so... How old are you now? Like 24?
24, yeah. Fire.
Damn!
Math.
I'm terrible at it. I don't know why they keep me at my job.
Wait, what do you do?
I work at a wire manufacturing place in freaking Oxnard, where I ship wire all day.
Okay.
Different spools of wire.
Wire is frustrating to work with.
Well, I just ship it, but my main job, as mostly because I'm fairly good at it, knock on wood, fuck that mask.
Immediately.
I have to do this. I check orders for everyone, so my whole shipping department basically relies on me to check their orders and make sure that they're actually doing their job right. And so it's my job to come in early in the morning, check their work, and come back and be the teacher with a red pen and be like, you did this horribly wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is fun for me because I've never had that position of power in a job. What do you do for work?
Oh, mainly construction.
Okay.
But
that's why you're so buff. No, I'm kidding.
I do a few things on the side.
Okay. On the corner.
Which is producing.
Oh.
Which I recently just started doing for money. Which I should have done a long time ago. God damn it.
You live and you learn.
Yeah. Also pressure washing. Which is pretty satisfying because that job makes so much money per hour, but it's hard to get jobs. Other than that, I have eventually going to start a brand. What else am I doing? I'm doing other things.
Yeah, see, I'm trying to do as many things as possible, but I guess mine, no offense, I guess I guess producing is pretty creative because you have to, like, do a whole bunch of shit in a way.
Producing, I think I like producing because it's taking somebody else's creative process and being able to give them
A voice.
a voice, but also like professional advice on certain things.
Okay.
Being able to like be like as like an outside opinion of
I
somebody
see.
who's unbiased, I can be like, I think this note should be here, and I actually think this word should be said in fucking
Or
eighth notes instead of fourths, and
or
like
be the dumbest thing
chords.
is like add a bell there, and you'll hear that it's way like different, and then
Yeah, and
they
be like,
add something.
yeah, or like if you put a bell there, it might make it more interesting. Like it's producing's fun because it's a lot of suggestions and not much like hard like we're in the same band. It's like I think it'd sound sick if you just tried this, and then they do try it, and they're like, oh yeah,
Oh,
and
this
like,
is way better.
yeah,
Okay, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, no. See, my like my side stuff is mainly me trying to. There's this where I'm just trying to like invest as much money into this
mm-hmm.
to get it going, and then I want to do my sketch videos again and try and get that going.
Yeah.
Which unfortunately only have one video out. The audio isn't great, of course. That's my kind of luck. Audio sucks, and then either way, it was a funny video, and I still enjoy it, and I watch it every so often. And so now I'm starting that again, and then I eventually I'm probably going to go back into doing some more open mics, stand up comedy wise, and then I've been doing for merch for Disrupted at least, and I've opened it up for other people. I've made a post about it. If you want me to laser engrave for you,
Mm-hmm.
I will laser engrave for you. You know, if you have just throw me $15 and I'll do it. Or even if you have no money and you're just starting out as a band, I'll just do it for you. Like I'm not trying to make money off of that. I'm just like you can get shit a lot cheaper when it's laser engraved.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's no cost and I can do anything.
It looks really good.
Yeah.
It does look really good.
That's like not even half of it. I could do pictures like faces.
Yeah.
Like my face here, actually. There's a great example.
Oh, there's one thing. There's one thing I did miss.
Fucking hilarious. You'll enjoy that.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah, that's my laser engraving, and so like
Oh my god. The funny part about this is like, it looks really cursed.
It's fucking hilarious.
It looks so cursed.
I want to get that as a tattoo. Isn't that fucking stupid?
That's great.
That's
It's by the way, it's a laser engraving of Kermit the Frog holding a fucking desert eagle to his head and blowing his brains out.
Yeah, I want that on my leg. I've thought about that.
God. And he's smiling like very happily.
Yeah, my friend said if you're gonna get that, if I was gonna get that as a tattoo, I should have the fingers of the puppeteer coming out instead of the brains. But I think I like the brains more than I like the fingers. I do.
God.
But yeah, I've opened that up for bands just to hit me up, give me a 100. It's like $40 for these coasters, and then I laser engrave them, and then I give them to you. Then you can sell them $5 each. So
There's one thing I forgot to mention
continue.
for my job. My music. I don't make any money doing it.
Same.
But it's my job to do it.
It's a great job to have.
It is a great job.
It is a drug. It's just like stand-up comedy. Once you do it, like especially when you get to play live and you have that whole crowd of just people like.
Yeah.
It's a mood. It's a really weird mood. I've noticed. I don't know if you've noticed it, but whenever we'd play a show and the crowd was like maximum capacity, we all had fun. Like it was a great show. And then like the next day, I'm at my normal ass job, like at Target when I used to work at Target, and it's just quiet. It's just like, man, I was just like at the Whiskey A Go Go. We had like a whole crowd going for us. It's just as well as any other band, but that was crazy. And here I am, putting diapers on a shelf. It's such a weird thing. I don't know if you've ever had that like kind of odd experience of just like it's so quiet, just like I'd rather be there in another state doing that than like being here in this fucking store throwing diapers on a fucking shelf. It's a weird drug. It's adrenaline rush.
That's why I like construction.
Yeah.
Construction's always different. There's always different problems that come up, which I like.
That's what happens in my shipping job. There's always something new. But yeah.
I worked in restaurants for a long time. I think that might be the only job that has driven me to like mental instability. like true mental instability.
You've never been a debt collector.
That also sounds like dog shit, but
Me and Jack
what I'm saying,
during the pandemic,
God,
debt collecting on newspapers. Figure that one out, guys. Working from home, super legal.
oh God,
Collecting people's credit card information. I'm waiting for the documentary to come out on that place.
God.
Anyways, restaurants, yeah.
Fuck restaurants. Okay, so the only reason I say that is, well, I'm picky about my work. I have severe ADHD, so if I'm doing the same thing over, like, it's almost like borderline, like, autistic. Like, very high functioning, like...
I think we all have that at this point.
I'm just saying, when it comes to work and things that I genuinely don't want to do, it feels like somebody's rubbing fucking sandpaper on my brain. I'm like, ugh.
That's how I felt about every single job.
Yeah.
Before the job that I work at now, I would go into the job and my immediate thought was, I need to get out of here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's how it is. Like, I was always a little late and always wanted to leave a little early. Like, I'm at the point where my dad owns a construction company and I do construction for him. And what I do is basically just supervise. I make sure job sites are running correctly. I clean up job sites. I'll help frame. I'll help do electrical. I'll help do plumbing. I'll help drill holes in the concrete. It doesn't really matter.
So you have your hand in everything.
I have my hand in everything.
Which is what you need to. You gotta be a little like.
My brain really functions with it.
It being
it's like, oh, something's different today. Oh, I'm doing this today. That's better than yesterday. Like, or I'm doing this and this today in separate times. Like, I don't know. My brain works with that better because it's always a new problem, a new thing all the time. I'm always learning something. It doesn't feel like I'm talking to a million people all the time. That's what was really exhausting about restaurants, is me talking to 1,000 strangers every day. Is also, sorry, not 1,000 strangers, 1,000 hungry strangers every day, which is proven to be a straight ass. And
that's the one
cleaning up after them, feeding them, and just like, it makes me feel like they should pay more. I mean, it almost feels like, at least for me, for the way my brain works, it sounds extreme, but just like, for me, it felt like mental abuse.
Well, yeah. Being in debt collections, it was like the worst of the worst of the worst of the worst people.
Is it just like, yeah.
Do you want to really hear the most annoying part of debt
collections? I would
collections?
love to hear the most annoying part.
We had a thing. It was like we called it the mini Miranda. It's almost like getting your Miranda rights being read to you because they have to memorize that one phrase.
Yeah.
We actually had to say this one phrase at the beginning of each phone call before we actually start the conversation. And so we had to say it. And if you try to interrupt me, I would have to start from the beginning of that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll give you... do you want to hear the example? Do you want to hear it? Because I still remember it. And I'm fucking drunk and I can still do it to this day. Jack probably forgot it. And he's on the fucking chat right now. But yeah, I can tell you it word for word. And it's so fucking annoying that I still remember it to this day. And I haven't been at this job since June of 2020 is when I quit.
All right, say it.
This communication is from a debt collector. This is an attempt to collect a debt. Any information obtained will be used for that purpose. This call will be recorded for quality assurance purposes. So, yeah, if you said anything in the middle of that, I actually had to say, sir, excuse me, I do have to finish this. And then start from the beginning. There was no way around it. Because A, we are recording, and B, we do legally need to say it for the recording, just in case you try to pull some shit and say that I'm not the person you're supposed to be debt collecting from. B, they never recorded this. Or C, they try to sue us. Because legally, you could sue debt collectors or debt collection companies for millions of dollars for a lot of stuff, and people don't realize it. There are actual lawyers dedicated in suing debt collectors.
Yeah.
It's wild. And
I could imagine
It's the craziest
actually,
thing.
it's not a very hard thing to believe.
We had to know federal and mostly state law, mainly because state law, there's for California and a few other states, I can't remember because that has been too long to remember the states. The community property state laws, have you heard of that? Probably not. Unless you're in debt collections or you're married, you don't know about community property state laws. California, if you are married to, say, Miss fucking Sunshine, right, and I call Miss fucking Sunshine and go, hey, Kenny owes debt, I could tell her, after I tell my little statement, I can tell her all about your debt. And legally, that's legal. If you live in fucking Missouri or Alabama,
Legally, that's legal.
That's legal. I can tell her all about your debt, and you can be as pissy as you want and be like, she wasn't supposed to know, I'm going to sue you. It's like, well, California, you're married. Legally, I can tell your wife about your debt. However, if you're in Missouri, Alabama, or anywhere fucking else in the 50 states, and I told Miss Sunshine your debt, you can sue me. Because it's not a property state law. Isn't that crazy? So there were certain states that I couldn't tell wives what they owe, what their husbands owed, even though they got the letter and they read it. Sorry, it's a personal matter. I have to speak to him, and then he would have to authorize me to speak to her if she was the one who does the finances.
Oh, I feel like you could lie a lot in this job.
Oh, people have more than likely lied because I would ask them like.
No, like you could lie a lot at this.
No.
Job. Were they listening to your phone calls?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
Literally, when I say quality assurance purposes, there were two girls in two cubicles listening to each one of our phone calls, and I shit you not, you're gonna laugh at this because it has a drawing in it. We got Monopoly type money for each time we did like great phone calls, and so they would have little like, I'm not gonna say the name of the company, I'll probably say it afterwards, but they literally had like little fake money for a snack store so we can go buy stuff, and I have two of those here. I'll explain the joke of this later, but those were the dollars that I had to collect. That's my comedy notebook.
Do they own? Those are the girls? I'm assuming.
No, actually the top one is my ex-boss, and the other one is the other thing.
Me come.
You'll understand that later. That's a inside joke.
I'm assuming.
Oh, dude, it's horrendous.
I mean, that sounds about pretty much aligned with.
But this is my comedy notebook. I basically write stupid comedy ideas and hope that no one finds it and goes, huh, this guy,
I wonder if I have anything written in my phone notes.
Anyway, so, like, that's what we would get. So those two quality assurance ladies would listen to us, and if we lied, said something wrong, had some type of thing that they knew legally we wouldn't be able to get rid of, we wouldn't get those, like, dollar bills or whatever, and that's how I ended up with the laptop I have today, the little small one. It's because I threw money into a raffle and got a free laptop. And that's all it is a free laptop.
Okay. God.
But yeah, most horrendous job. Someone told me that the only way I would be able to get the money from them is if I go to their house, blow their fucking brains out, and take the money from their cold dead hands. 6:30 in the morning, they told me that. 6:30 in the morning, our time. I don't know what the fuck time it was for them, but that was way too early in the morning and before my first cup of coffee to actually put that in perspective that he said that. For a gas company that he owed like probably $300 to.
$300?
Yeah.
They would die for $300?
People would die $10 for a newspaper subscription.
That's... Nah, I'm losing faith.
Oh, dude, during the pandemic, I started watching CSI. Because I would be debt collecting, and I'd watch CSI. Like, I'd have it... Because my TV used to be right where I'm sitting in this room. So, I would be debt collecting right there in my bed. I'd have CSI playing Las Vegas, and there'd be, like, gruesome murders for its TV show. And I'd just be watching it, and then they would catch the murderer, and in my head, I'll be like... That person was probably, like, an asshole to a debt collector. He deserved it. So I'd have that in my head because I'm like, I hate these fucking people I'm calling. Every so often, they'd be nice. A lot of the times, they were assholes. They were complete assholes. And, like, if you're in debt collections, it's your fault. Mm-hmm. There are the times where it's not your fault, and I understand, sure. But good portion of the time is you literally were stupid, signed up for something, didn't realize it, and forgot about it, and now you have debt. That's your fault. You should keep track of what your finances are. Especially if everyone has a smartphone, a laptop, and they could go on their mobile banking app, and they can literally look up and see what money is going in and out. Just go being an adult. Mm-hmm. And again, if you're 30 years old and you've lived in a place for 5 years and a newspaper shows up for no reason, I shit you not. If a newspaper shows up at your house that you know you don't think you've ever subscribed to, you don't understand, you've never seen this newspaper before.
It's in Japanese.
It's in Japanese. Say a newspaper shows up at your door. Is your first instinct to, well, I'm throwing this away for the next few months and just keep throwing it away? Or should your first instinct be, maybe I should call the phone, like the people that make this?
So they stop fucking delivering
so either A, they stop delivering it, or deliver it to the right people. Because what if it's your neighbors trying to get their paper and they don't know why it's not coming and now they're complaining? No one ever I've talked to had that thought. Mm-hmm. Ever. And it amazed me. It's like, sir, you're telling me for 40 years of your adult life, you've never once seen this newspaper. And out of the fucking blue, out of the clear blue sky, this newspaper showed up at your front door and your immediate reaction is to pick it up every single day? Every single day! That's your new morning routine.
Okay, to be fair.
Morning cup of coffee.
To be fair.
Breakfast cereal. Bye, honey. Bye, kids. I'm going to go to work now. And then, newspaper, throw it away. That's your reaction every single day.
You gotta assume that a lot of people really just don't really know how the mail system works.
Sure.
They don't understand. They don't know the technicalities.
But again...
See, if I was waking up in the morning and woke up and saw an extra piece of mail on my front porch, I wouldn't trip on it. Okay. I'd pick it up and be like, oh.
Okay.
Well, I subscribe to this. Alright. Here you go. And then I'd pick it up the next day. I wouldn't even think about it.
There's got to be a time where you do think about it, though. Don't you agree? Like by the third or fourth time, fifth time, sixth time. If it's happening every day or every week... When you be like, this is costing someone money. Someone has to pay to print these things. To be fair, think about it. It's a newspaper. It's not like the Acorn. It's like literally... Yeah. It's the Ventura County Star. You have to pay for that thing. Or the San Francisco Chronicle. If someone's paying for it at a newspaper, has to pay for it to deliver.
I didn't even know people paid for newspapers, first of all.
Oh my god. I'm just going to start spreading awareness.
Yeah, you should, because I didn't know.
If you have something you don't know what it is or why it's there, call immediately, make sure it's not being charged to. But I would assume
it was just the city doing something. Because one newspaper, like, oh, this is the city newspaper, whatever. Two newspapers, like, oh, maybe they had somebody pay for an ad to have it delivered. I don't know. It could be anything. But if it was being delivered a lot, all I'd have to do is walk over to my right neighbor, walk over to my left neighbor,
and ask them. And if they tell you no,
then you're like, I'll probably call this company. Yeah.
You see what I mean? That guy, like every person I've talked to in debt collections, 9 times out of 10, oh no, I never called them. Or one time, well, I wanted to cancel, and so what I did was I went to the paper boy and told them to stop delivering.
Well, people are so lazy because a lot of it is kind of hard to figure out.
I'm sure it is.
Like, you kind of have to do, a small investigation to actually figure out, what happened to this.
Yeah.
Like, why is this here? Or, why is my money being spent here? Did somebody steal my information? Or, it could be a lot of things, and I feel like that's why a lot of people get carried away with being like, oh, I don't want to deal with that right now. I might end up in fucking debt collection, and then,
Yeah, well, once you're in debt collection, it's too late. Once you've gotten that letter, you're fucked now. And now you're getting a phone call from me almost, not every day, but me or my colleagues being like, this communications from a debt collector. And then you're getting to sit through that and figure out why now you actually either have to pay or write a letter to us saying that I don't owe this, and this is why. Which is in order to save yourself from that, check your fucking bank card, make sure you're not losing money, and again, call the company that's making the shit. Because you telling the paper boy that you don't want it delivered there and telling them to stop delivering the paper doesn't cancel the newspaper subscription.
It's like yelling at the employee in Target.
Yeah. I've
For
gotten there.
not being able to scan your item that doesn't have a fucking scanner on it.
Yeah. Barcode.
Yeah, barcode.
But yeah, no. Debt collections was like the worst of the worst. Customer service, 8 hours a day, 300 phone calls a day, leaving voicemails and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm good off that.
Through a pandemic.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I think we should listen to music.
Do you wanna? That's it. You call it done, and then hang
It's been
it.
close to 4 hours.
I know it's been fun. I've been enjoying
It
it.
has been really good. I do want to talk to you more about just like listening to like music though.
Definitely. You want to just
Yeah.
talk about it because we can't listen to it, unfortunately.
I want to listen to it.
I know. I'm sure. What would you be listening to right now?
Nickelback. I really, ever since that conversation, I've wanted to show you a couple songs. And the new vocalist that we have.
Jacob's podcast gets copywritten over Nickelback songs.
I think that is.
That'd be
I
fitting.
think that'd be funny.
I do have a question. Have you thought of doing sketch videos again yourself or no?
I'm always thinking of sketch videos. I don't have any of the right people.
That's my problem.
It's so hard because comedic timing is so important and nobody has like the right.
See, I just want to bring people on and let them just do their own thing, like improv the thing, and then edit it from there. That's my next.
But the
set of
issue is
ideas.
that people are ass at improv.
That's why they have to get better. You can teach them.
You
They
can't,
have to
but
learn.
I like you remember, because you were watching the channel I was doing with my friend Jason.
Yeah.
Most of them were just like videos of us like building shit.
Yeah.
Simperol was the only one that we did that was acted, and it was only me.
Was it scripted?
Yeah, it was scripted.
Okay. I was
And
wondering.
I was gonna have Jason in it, but his acting skills and like physical performance and like comedic timing just it doesn't work.
Mm.
Like you have to have a knack for it, in my opinion.
Right. I understand that.
And that's why I've always struggled to find a group to do skits with. Is because I'm like I'm also stubborn because I'm like, oh, I want things to go this way, or
See,
this
I'm
way.
that way too.
And like with Simterol, like that was a good video. I was
That was
really
a
happy with
fucking
it.
hilarious video.
Like I wanted
The
to,
fact that
I
it's-
really wanted it to feel like you were watching Adult Swim at 4 a.m.
That's I see that now.
Just low quality.
The way it's
Like
edited.
somebody like you're watching somebody have a fucking heart attack basically.
That's
like, on screen.
That's exactly what it was.
Perfect.
That's literally what it was. That's fucking hilarious. I never put that together.
Yeah, I mean it's
I gotta give that to you, man.
Simterol. So basically, Simterol. The concept was when I came up with it was a pill you take to have symptoms of being sick, so you didn't have to work another day in your life.
Right. I haven't watched the video in so many years, but yeah, I remember watching it and enjoying it and being like, man, because I used to watch. I don't know if you've ever heard of FND Films.
Oh, maybe.
Maybe it was also before that. It was that one guy, something, and he did a bunch of ones. Well, the most popular one he ever did was Annoying or something like that, and it's him and he's on this top bunk, and it's like his roommate, and so he's just on the top bunk being fucking annoying as shit early in the morning, and being like, Aaron, I'm gonna eat ice cream now that we're in college. And it's just like him saying stupid shit.
Just like irritating.
Yeah,
and shit.
and then he's like, Vinny, shut the fuck up, and it's
Yeah.
like the funniest fucking dumbest video. And I watched that guy, and then he went into FND Films, and I'm like, man, I'd love to do that just as well as watching Chappelle Show, Robot Chicken, Mad TV when it first came out, Stewart and stuff like that. And so I've always had like different ideas for videos. Like the one with the bunny head that I have up here was an idea I had because I found the bunny head at a fucking I found that at Goodwill, and I was like, how funny would it be if there was a video of a guy being interviewed from like a 2020 type thing, and he is a serial hunter, and he goes around and he finds the serial mascots, and he's killing all the mascots off one by one. And so his first kill, or his second kill, was the Trix bunny rabbit, and so he finally killed the Trix bunny rabbit. And that's his,
It
that's,
looks like a rabbit in the shape of a dog.
and so that's what that is the Trix bunny rabbit. And then he also killed Tony the Tiger. I had this cartoon.
God damn it.
Yeah, Tony the Tiger. And then we had like this whole backstory. I have the script and everything. And it just didn't work out. It kind of fizzled. And I didn't have enough people. So, but I really want to do it again.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if you have any scripts written or planned out, just call me. I'd love to just come fucking record some shit.
Our next idea that do you know Gabe? You remember Gabe Cox from what was known as Asylums? He was the vocalist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Actually, I recently just followed him again.
Yeah. So fucking he's joining me. He's like a writing partner basically and producer partner on these videos. He helped me with the other video that we did. But our idea now is just to like do a Robot Chicken-esque thing where we make a sketch video. There's a general theme. We'll start with a beginning. We'll cut in the middle of it. Go to the next video. Do halfway through. Cut through it. Come back
to the first video. Yeah.
And then just keep doing that and just have it be a chaotic mess a little bit, but have it like have a general theme to it. So that's the idea. And just not have it scripted. Just have like people just say some random shit and keep it going. Because we feel like if you know what, it's gonna be comedy. It's gonna be fun. Let's just throw it all together.
I feel like having a solid script first is kind of important, but being able to have fun with the solid script, is like the best part. Being like, okay, this is what we have to say and end up to. Like this is the conclusion we have to end up at in the script.
Yeah. Have you watched Curb Your Enthusiasm? Okay. No, continue. Sorry. I had general script and then evolve.
Yeah, general script. Yeah, that's always made sense to me. I mean, that's at least what I've done with my videos, and it's always been fun to just improvise and just do whatever.
Right. Yeah.
And then just like edit through the takes and whatever.
Right. So basically, the approach I'm kind of doing with these videos is Curb Your Enthusiasm. Larry David. You've heard of him, right? From Seinfeld. Yeah. His whole like premise for that show is that he literally actually has a notebook. This is where I got the idea from, where he just writes down an idea, and in that show, he'll just take that idea and he'll tell the actor, okay, this is the idea. This is the end goal of what I want to be said, but just say whatever, and when we get there, we'll get there. And so everything's just improv, basically, in that show. There's barely a script for it, and I'm like, fuck, I like that idea.
I do like that.
So that's basically what I want to do for these videos, just like have people do whatever, and then sooner or later introduce more scripted videos, like the Serial Hunter or whatever idea else I have. Is have videos that are scripted and definitely like not adhere to it, but at least there we go. But all the other ones just be fun, chaotic mess, improv, throw it all together, and shit like that. And whoever wants to join in can join in. Yeah. So yeah, that's the idea. I was gonna ask you that about the sketch video. So. Yeah,
I mean, I've always been, since I was little, I've always been just making videos with either my sister, my family, my friends. I've always been like, let's make some funny shit. Like, let's just do some stuff.
Goofy shit.
Yeah, just goofy shit. Goofy, silly little fun. But, yeah, I think just now it's hard because I want, like, decent acting. And I feel like if I'm into it, I can become, like, I can act in a way where it's, like, convincing. I wouldn't say I'm a great actor, but I feel like I can pull it off a little bit. Like, just...
I think you would have fun with the first video idea that we have coming back.
I think it just depends on the role. Like, if I think the role's hilarious, then I'm like, oh, dude, I'll smoke meth.
There we go.
Not literally, but
Guess what we have in the house? No,
guess what we have? No,
All right.
but like, I'm down to just even like look like a tweaker for a bit. I'll go all out for like something that I think is really funny.
That's fun.
But if it's something that I'm like, but if it's something that, like, say if somebody wrote something for me that I thought was like okay, but I had a twist and they were down to agree with it, then I'd be like, all right. So I'm like, I like building on things.
Yeah.
I guess. I don't know. I'm kind of drunk right now.
I can tell. We've had a few drinks.
Yeah, at this point.
Yeah.
I think I kind of want to listen to music.
All right. We'll end it here. Do
I
you
kind of
want
want to stop
right.
speaking out of my mouth at this point.
So, Kenny, In the Gray brand, Kill the Cause are the two projects that you have. And In the Gray may not. We'll see. Vocalist will be coming out just as well as you're gonna add your songs to the playlist I have. I'll send it to you. Is there anything else you want to tag or plug in?
No, that's it. Just In the Gray and Kill the Cause. New stuff coming very soon, hopefully. If you're into hard rock and newer metal type stuff and hardcore, I'm sure you'd love it. So, give us a follow. I mean, if you follow, if Kill the Cause and In the Gray are our names on Instagram. So, if you look it up, we'll show up.
And what's your Instagram? It's Ike Kenny, right?
Yeah, just IGHT Kenny, Ike Kenny.
Ike Kenny. All right, that's it. That was Mr. Lips Talk Shit. Thanks again, Kenny, for coming on, and hopefully have you on again sooner. Or
Yeah,
later.
I'm definitely down. This is really fun.
Or maybe in a sketch video. You never know. We'll see what happens.
100% down.
I'll show you a few of the things that I have already out on the sketch comedy stuff just as well. All right, good night, everybody.